All right, Chris, let me know when we're ready to go live.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, good evening, everybody. This is our pre-board meeting work session. For those of you that are tuning in, this is an opportunity for our board members just to gather together and have some informal conversation about various topics of interest. I will note that all board directors are here, with the exception of Director Chancho Shore and Director Long, who may be joining us later. So welcome. I will just put in a plug real quickly. If some of you are joining us thinking that this is the public comment time, evidently a incorrect link was sent out to you earlier. So if you will check your email, you'll find that updated link for the public comment, which will start after 6 o'clock tonight. So board directors, tonight on our agenda, or on our topic for conversation, is the employee guide. And I thought it might be helpful, before I turn it over to Mary and Brian, I thought it might be helpful to kind of give a board member historical perspective of this thing called the employee guide that actually occurred long before any of us were even in the districts. And so I'm going to do my best to kind of go through some of those benchmarks. When we had a collective bargaining agreement with our Douglas County Federation of Teachers, part of that agreement, the results of that agreement, is something called a master agreement contract. And typically what the board would do is they would accept the ratification of the votes of the union membership for that agreement. And that agreement would have things like rules and guidelines and any other kinds of pertinent information about being an employee in Douglas County School District. So that was kind of the way of doing business for several years under a CBA. Several boards before us allowed the CBA to expire. That was back in June 30th of 2012. And when that occurred, the board and district replaced this notion of an agreement, of a master agreement, with something they referred to as the compensation and benefits program. Or like us educators like to call it, CBP. So anyway, that was utilized then for a few years, and that would come to the board on a regular basis. Similar kinds of things were addressed, such as pertinent policies and practices that pertain to employment. And then back in, I want to make sure I get this right, I think it was 2015, again, before any of us were on the board, that CBP then was replaced with what was referred to as the employee guide. The employee guide was not approved by the board. It was developed through human resources. And then in 2017, there was some notion of revising that employee guide, and that came to the board. I was on the board then, and we rejected it. We said, no, that we don't want to just approve piecemeal some revisions. We really feel like the whole employee guide needs to go back and be revised and come back to us when that happens, and when it's appropriately vetted by our employees and also through our employee council that we had put in place back then. That was to come back to us the spring of 2018. Never did, because we had other things we were focused on, like a superintendent search, some things like that consumed our energy. So it never came back to the board. Since then, we have I've gone back and looked at our executive limitations, which is what is part of our policy governance in terms of defining the responsibilities of our superintendent, as well as our policy CBA and CBC, which is our policy around what are the superintendent responsibilities. And certainly it seems to me that a case is clear that this kind of work is the responsibility of the superintendent. When you look at executive limitation 2.1, it says the superintendent shall not operate without written personnel policies for faculty and staff, provide for effective handling of grievances, and protect against wrongful conditions. So we've delegated that task basically to our superintendent to be responsible for those things. Now, we as a board certainly have and will probably continue to, through resolution and policy, direct our superintendent for various things. We did that with the compensation resolution. We did that with the comprehensive benefit resolution. Those were our attempts to direct superintendent about what our expectations are around compensation framework. So that will continue and be something we revisit again. However, it's my belief, and after talking with Mary and legal counsel, that certainly this is a document that is the responsibility of our interim superintendent to make sure is put in place, and not something that comes to the board every year to approve. So basically, I want to set the stage and just tell you that's the evolution. And since the evolution of this document has been unclear, unless we motion differently, I think we need to kind of just proceed with the understanding that this is something that is on our superintendent's plate. And especially when, as you'll listen to Brian and Mary today, that it's really a compilation of a lot of superintendent policies that we've authorized the superintendent to develop. And so, so that's the reason why it's being discussed in a work session. That's the reason why it will not be brought to the board for formal action unless a board director decides differently and wants to write a resolution that differs. But I wanted to give you that bigger picture before Mary and Brian jumps in to kind of give us an update on where that document stands and some of the policies that have been revised that support that document. So before I turn it over to them, any questions about that evolution or questions about where this document sits in terms of who has the authority to put it in place? Any questions about that? Yes, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you. My question is slightly different avenue, but I know in the legal world, sometimes having too much information, too many places to look, too many different resources really complicates things for HR, for employees, for building leaders. I'm just wondering, honestly, if we have a good idea of all of the different resources within our district that include information similar to this, and why this particular employee guide is necessary in addition to the policies, the superintendent's policies. And then a follow-up question is just if we have an idea of how many individual schools also have a similar document that they operate from, just to try and give me a pretty good idea of whether this is a helpful resource or a resource that will, in the long run, hinder.
I think it's a great segue to turn that over to Mary and Brian, but I would just throw in my personal reaction, Elizabeth. Two things. One is that the purpose of this document, even in some of the purpose statements, has said easy access, so that it is kind of a one-stop service, if you will, of the compilation of all the things that are most prevalent, or an easy access for employees to have. But I also will just say, from my own experience as a principal, every school also has their own school handbook that goes beyond in terms of defining certain practices that are unique to their school building. So that would be my statements. But Mary and Brian, I'll turn it over to you and let you react to that. And thank you, Elizabeth, for leading us into that.
Good evening, directors, and thank you for having both Brian and I and Amanda have this opportunity to share with you the work. Quite honestly, their kudos go out to our HR directors and Ms. Thompson, as well as to Brian Condon, our Deputy General Counsel, who have really spent countless hours reviewing all of our superintendent file policies and procedures, as well as compiling and revising the employee guide so that it is updated and not only consistent with our policies, but consistent with what is becoming changes in law. As you saw from some information or maybe aware of information coming to you through the media, that there are updates in laws related to employees that will be effective on January 1st of this year. And so that information is included in the employee guide. I'll start first with taking a general crack at responding to Director Hansen's question with respect to whether or not we need an employee guide, or are we kind of diffusing and putting information in too many places. And it is my understanding from Kathy Franklin, who was very involved in this development of this employee guide, as well as Mike Loitz and the directors and Amanda Thompson, that the employee guide is probably one of the first stops that employees might go to look for information related to the basic parameters of the employment relationship between all staff people and the district. So it would be applicable not only to our teachers and staff, but also to any employee working in our administrative offices or transportation and IT staff people as well. So I think it is, my view is, based upon what I know, that this is a necessary employee guide and it is helpful. And that there has been considerable time in putting this together in response to what I believe our HR department believes to be a helpful resource for our staff. But I certainly will defer to Amanda and to Brian and our directors with respect to that question. I also want to say we did not post, but I do want to make you aware that we have reviewed and revised and enacted new or developed new policies for our superintendent to approve and take action on that provide more guideposts and guidelines and information to our employees. Those were recommended by CASB and had been adopted by the board when we reviewed policy, I believe it's BGE, with respect to what is delegated to the superintendent for district policies and what is left to the board. And I have to say, I'm really proud of the work product of where we've gotten with respect to developing those policies, the superintendent's involvement, our HR department's involvement, and they are consistent with the law. They're consistent with what CASB has recommended we should have in place with respect to providing more information to our staff and our teachers in the event that the employee guide is not enough information. So you will see on occasion in the employee guide that we actually have click-throughs to some of our policies that exist in our G policy section. I want to make a general introduction, and then I'm going to hand this over to Brian so he can review with you the more specifics about what is included in the employee guide, and then kind of to review summarily the policies, the district policies that recently have been approved or will very soon be approved by our interim superintendent. And with that, I don't know, I think now might be the appropriate time for us to hear from Amanda, if she could click on with respect to generally the merits and the meaningfulness of the employee guide for our teachers and staff.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to join. And first of all, want to thank Brian, Mary, and our HR team, the employee guide was at once a giant elephant in the room to work through and update on a regular basis, starting with our employee council. Way back pre all of us. And we are so grateful to have the opportunity to continually update. And, there's been a need to revise some of the language in the employee guide to include just some upcoming things and changes that we've been working on this year. Paired with that, in our daily employee relations work in human resources, whether it is in the onboarding process, whether that is in the benefits navigation process, or through the work of our employee relations directors, we often refer supervisors and employees to the language in this guide to allow just some more information on daily operations, employee rights, to ensure that everyone knows what is afforded to them when coming to our wonderful district.
Also, I would like to thanks, Amanda, for that. I also would like to ask Mr. Weiss whether he has information with respect to what is going on in each school building with respect to their handbooks, and if they have handbooks and the applicability. And Mr. Weiss, your understanding of the usefulness of this employee guide for our staff and teachers.
Yeah, so quickly, I'll kind of reference a little bit what Director Ray, President Ray shared. This employee guide is a very useful tool. It's referred to a lot by all of our employees and employee groups, but also each of our schools. A few years back, we went and worked with legal and also with HR to say who's still using a staff handbook. We've created an aligned staff handbook for each level, elementary, middle school, and high school, that then they can each make their own. And really, it's what we start off the year with all of our staff. What's it look like with hours, what spirit wear on days, and different things like that, which really helps our daily work and the understanding of what that looks like. So the reference piece to align those and the reference piece to go back and use within our schools and to restore that in our schools has been very valuable. And so I just want you to know that similar to what David talked about of what once was and where we are again is very useful. It's used yearly and reminded and going back over, and it's a great resource. So just wanted to give some context.
And Mr. Wise, I do want to thank you and our EDOS in partnership with all of our school principals in really bringing that intentionality in the last school year specifically, or in planning for this current school year, to help align all of those pieces. So it's definitely a collaborative effort. So thank you for that.
Okay, well, with this, I do want to, we have a little bit of a hitch going on at this time. Throughout the day-to-day, Brian and I have been involved in another business-related meeting, which we anticipated would have ended by 5 o'clock this evening. It has not ended, and there is the possibility that Brian and or I may need to leave this meeting to meet some other district-related responsibilities. In the event that happens, as I'm going to now turn this over to Brian, I've told him that I could fill in from where he's left off, and hopefully I would meet his expectations for sharing what he would anticipate be shared with the board. But I will turn this over to Brian now to review with you the employee guide and go through some of the basics with respect to the district policies that have either recently been approved by the superintendent or will very soon be approved by the superintendent. And with that action by Mr. Weiss, we will be very, very close. There are a few superintendent file policies yet remaining in the G section to be reviewed and adopted, but require a little more involvement of other cabinet members and other circumstances, particularly as may be related to evaluations and things like that, which may be a bit needing to be addressed a little bit further. But we'll be very close to all being done with the G section policies, which I think is a huge celebration for our administrators and for our board. So I want to thank all of us involved in that and send appreciation for that. That's a huge milestone, I think, a big milestone for all of us, because that's a big section of our policy book. So Brian, I'm going to turn this over to you and thank you again for all of your work and efforts in this regard.
Yeah, sure. Well, well, thank you, directors, for allowing me to discuss the employee guide and any of the superintendent policies you'd like to discuss today. It is a long guide. It's 50 pages with multiple appendixes, and then we have approximately, I want to say 13 or 14 superintendent policies that we could potentially discuss. So before I just start talking, does anybody have any specific questions maybe that they really wanted to dig into with regard to the guide or any particular superintendent policy? Okay, you just want to listen to me speak for the next 40 minutes? I can do that.
20.
Okay.
You got 20, Brian.
20, okay, I can definitely do that. So let me just point out, I suppose, in the guide, some of the main changes that have been addressed. And I think to begin with, starting January 1st, we have a new paid sick leave law here in Colorado. It's called the Healthy Families and Workplaces Act. And due to that law, the combination of HR and finance and benefits, we've had to make certain adjustments to how employees accrue sick leave and which employees now are able to accrue sick leave here in the district. I can say without a doubt that our current practices starting January 1st will be compliant with state law, and we should be in good shape there. There's also, well, since the pandemic began in March, April, the federal government passed something called the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, FFCRA. You've probably heard about it. And with respect to that law, all of our employees, assuming they were 1.0 or full-time FTEs, were entitled to 80 hours of sick leave for certain pandemic-related leaves. So that law is expiring December 31st. Starting January 1st, the state of Colorado will mandate something entitled Public Health Emergency Leave. It's going to be somewhat different than the FFCRA, and the benefits are different. But please note that our employees, assuming they're eligible, will be entitled to a supplement of additional leave related to pandemic-related causes. Both of those issues, both the paid sick leave and public health leave, are discussed in the guide. And of course, HR and legal is available to answer any questions that staff have about the availability of their leave. Another big change happening in Colorado starting January 1st surrounds essentially an equal pay law that goes into effect January 1st. And part of that law includes what we call fair pay transparency protections for employees. And so for the first time in this guide, we've included something called a pay transparency statement outlining we at the district here prohibit essentially retaliation, discrimination, or interference with any of our employees' discussions regarding wage rates. We've also, for the first time, identified an opportunity for any employee who may not have access to internet capabilities to come to Wilcox to search for promotional opportunities. That's all required by the law, and it's all discussed in the guide itself. Apart from that, the guide contains our policies, practices, benefits specific to each employee group, which is important. I know we have general information in superintendent policies and may be available on the HR website, but this guide is a one-stop shop for employees to go and see specifically, okay, I'm licensed or I'm classified or I'm a pro tech. What are my benefits? What's my leave look like? So all of that information is included in the appendix of the employee guide. It's an easy search resource. Any questions before I move on to maybe some of the more relevant superintendent policies that we're proposing to be adopted? All right.
I see Krista's hand, and I've got a question too. Go ahead, Krista.
Yeah, this is just a general question. Wondering how we provide our employees, especially supervisors who will be asked questions about employee policies and benefits. How do we, or do we on a regular basis provide training? And especially since, this has some new timely information and some modifications, how will we be providing this for our employees? And are there certain changes, like you mentioned, the family first expiration and the implementation of the public health emergency leave? Are there things like that that we need to provide extra communication to our employees about?
Yeah, so great question. Certainly, partnering with HR and leadership, we intend to put together a very thorough discussion to all employees outlining the new paid sick leave law and exactly what it means to have public health emergency leave now versus FFCRA benefits, because they are different. In terms of supervisors, what you're talking about is important because what Colorado has done is created private rights or private causes of action for something as simple as denying someone leave when the employee thought they were entitled to it. And so it's critical, I think, from a risk management perspective and a liability perspective that our supervisors and management understand what the new rules are. And that's my job and Mary's job and Amanda's job to make sure everyone understands both the law and the consequences potentially. So we will be, so the long and short of it is communication and training will both be occurring.
Thank you.
Sure.
Brian, I'm sorry, Susan, go ahead.
Thanks. Mine's kind of generic as well in regards to, I appreciated hearing President Ray's history, right? So the content in here used to be developed through public negotiations, right? I think I heard someone say that the employee council reviewed this. And so I'm just kind of curious to hear, what you learned from that presentation and how maybe it changed your thinking or made any edits to the document itself.
So I might jump in and then I'll Amanda go. As one of the executive director of schools, I was part of the employee council. This is one of our breakoff committees, and we also partnered with principals and brought in more to form a committee to take a look at our employee handbook and also how do we work with employee relations. And I'm trying to remember the teacher that said, you know what, we used to have a staff handbook. The more we know and we work through that, the better off we are, because then we have common ideas and expectations around us. What are our rights and responsibilities? So it actually allowed us to kind of go back and do an audit to say, where are we now? And what we found is some assumptions that everybody was still had and was using a staff handbook in their schools wasn't quite accurate. And where we were missing that side, we started to draft off of what do we have, who's using it. We brought it back and worked with what we had of an employee handbook. We pulled past district employee handbooks, and it really aligns well with what we have right now. So when you look at a lot of the guiding topics, sick days, how do we take bereavement, personal days, there's always questions around that with all of our employee groups that have really created a rich process. And like I said, back to now, when I look at a school standpoint and also departments, that in each of our schools, we have kind of a model for an elementary, then they can make it their own, bring in their own school-specific logos and some of their school-specific things that they have, and broke it up per level to have a model, a template in which to build off of for consistency. So I want to, speaking firsthand, only because as a part of that group in multiple factors, it was a great grassroots effort of redefining what can help and redefining employee relations and communication on expectations and understanding. So that's a bit of my perspective of school lens. And I'll let Amanda and others maybe give other perspective, because obviously when you look at employee handbook, we have departments, we have classified employees with different ranges of employees to work through that question of supervisors and work with that. And I'll say this, timeliness of now to come through. The training and work, there's times where this is very much used and needed. So beginning of the year, new employee hiring as we go through. So we look at timeliness and training and where we build that in. There's definitely specific times where we build that back with, say, principals and supervisors, and starting off the year when you have new employees getting hired on, how do we create an orientation? So HR has done some great jobs with classes. In fact, they have a series of new hiring classes every Monday, starting this spring, and where we start to bring new employee groups on and start to build that in on top of then when you get to your direct supervisors or schools and that sort of thing. So hopefully that gives a little bit of clarification, and I'll let Amanda also jump in.
Great job,
Before
Mr.
that,
White.
I think you mentioned something about, there are times where there are building level decisions versus district decisions. And so that was just kind of that follow-on thought. I was curious about, how do you go about making those decisions when it should be building level versus systemic? Because I did notice throughout the document, there were many areas where it said it was a building decision.
Amanda, you want to go? You want me to go?
I can share a little bit. So the employee guide is used as that overall umbrella. And there are some tights in that, and then there are some loose pieces in there. For example, we use our board policies and our superintendent policies to guide us in the area, for example, of dress code, staff conduct. But then an individual school may have a particular spirit day in which, they would get to decide those nuances that go into their school handbook. And particular school language for their common language and practice around certain pieces. But the foundational things like sick leave, how people are paid, when they're paid, how to navigate leave processes, how to place a complaint, things like that are all standard practices. The pieces that incorporate the various laws, those are the things that aren't negotiable. But then we work with the school on those things that may pertain slightly different in their buildings as to, what particular schedules are. So for example, if there's a certain number of hours in the teacher workday, they would have that flexibility in working with their EDOS in determining what that looks like if they have a special nuance at their building. Did that answer your question?
And specifically, even how you sign in and out. So the only specialty that I'd say there's consistencies throughout, but there might be when I'm coming in and I have an appointment, I have to go to a doctor's appointment, I have a planning period. How I sign in, where I sign in and sign out, just to make it aware of who's in the building and who's not. Different things like that are probably more, would you say, site-based. In this case of a staff handbook, and tying it into some of those, spirit wear days, hours of day, professionalism, signing in and signing out, field trips, guest speakers, those would be things where it's common policy, but there might be who do you go to and who's that primary person, because at each level that might look a little bit different. So there's consistencies that are just then nuanced per school to direct ownership or responsibility.
And then to answer the question around the input process, so we did go through each of these things with our employee council, and they had some time to review the entire guide while it was in revision process and give us some feedback regarding, is there anything not clear? Do we need anything revised? Do we need to look at certain practices? And then we also used that information in collaboration with all of the superintendent policies and or board policies that went through for employee council feedback as well. A lot of it is in ensuring that it is understandable to each of our employees, and then learning any kind of slight nuance or particular detail that we need to add. And for example, in the board policy, that may be the overarching umbrella of language. The superintendent policy goes into more detail, and then the employee guide can even provide that particular process. Know that with each of these processes, for example, leave processes, so we may have that language in the employee guide, but then Workday will house the how, and we even have some how-tos in our Workday side bar that shows individuals how to do that process. So for example, with the new public health emergency leave, we will have a particular code added in. So we're really trying to systematize everything so that it is one, easy to track, and two, easy for employees as well.
So Brian, my quick question is, I think a good litmus test of a good employee guide is whether or not it's clear enough that we can take corrective action when necessary. And not to get into some inappropriate details, but I'm looking specifically at the social media wording, and knowing that this board has been challenged with dealing with some of those issues amongst our staff. And so my question to you is, do you, and I have read it and I like the wording, do you feel like it provides a remedy for us should there be inappropriate use of social media, whether it's district or personal, that it provides a clear pathway for us to take corrective action without a lot of fanfare and difficulty?
I do. I think, certainly the guide in connection with Superintendent Policy GBEE, which also discusses social media. We have plenty of resources if we needed to address that sort of professional behavior. But, the other side of that coin is that, you're getting into tricky First Amendment issues, right? When you're talking about regulating employee social media speech sometimes. And so to get too specific in terms of what's permitted is not permitted, you could be almost establishing a per se First Amendment violation by saying something wrong in a guide or in a policy. So keeping it general, in my opinion, is the best course of action.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
So Brian, we've got about, looks like about 10 minutes to maybe capture anything you want from superintendent policies, unless there's other questions. We'll just let Brian kind of wrap us up with that.
Nothing? Okay, I'll just continue on my trusty list here. You may be interested perhaps in or maybe the public is interested in our new superintendent file GBEF. That's our staff telecommuting and remote work policy. That is a new policy. It's not ever been in effect here at the district. And the decision was made to look for approval of that policy. One, because public health order arguably mandates that businesses of our size have a remote work policy. And then two, given some experiences we had in the spring with respect to certain conduct, we thought it was important to put it on paper and in writing the district's expectations that even when employees are working remotely, they essentially have to adhere to the same terms and conditions, policies, practices, laws that they have to adhere to here and when working in person. And secondly, we also included at supervisor discretion the ability to use a sample form in case there are any really unique one-off situations where supervisors needed to put down different rules on an employee's remote work situation. So I think it's going to be a benefit to our community in terms of establishing just general rules and guidelines in terms of what we expect, what the district expects when working remotely, and again provides some cover for supervisors when inevitably you're going to have some situations that don't work out. Any questions about remote work? No. The presentation must be going good, Mary. Just kidding. Let's see. I think we should also discuss, because I think it'd be beneficial to discuss probably Superintendent Policy GCQAR, which addresses instructional staff reduction in force. So as the board recalls, back over the summer, we approved GCQA, which basically outlines an option in certain worst case scenarios when this board has to declare a fiscal emergency and there's a reduction in force, kind of how that process plays out. Just so everyone's information, GCQAR is the kind of flip side of that policy and provides instructional staff explicit due process rights that they're entitled to as a matter of constitutional law here in the state of Colorado. And certainly, I know there's no talk of that, but still, GCQR is a positive thing for our instructional staff. It provides them rights similar to TECTA rights that they would have in those situations. Any questions about that? No? Okay. I don't know, guys. I mean, I can start talking about first aid training and military leave if people are interested, or go. Yeah, Director Hanson, go ahead.
I haven't laughed that hard in a while. Thank you. I actually am just wondering if it would be more beneficial for me to actually talk about what happens from here and what the next steps in the process are. I certainly don't want to hijack the very important first aid, whatever you were getting ready to talk about, but I would honestly love to know what the next steps are as far as implementation.
So I'll kind of take that on and turn it over to Amanda and to Mr. Weiss, but the goal now is what we're formalizing these policies. Mr. Weiss has approved them or will be approving them, and then they'll be finalized and published to the school community, along with Amanda and Brian and I have been discussing appropriate training strategies and communication strategies for our staff, as well as training and communication to our administrators and supervisors so that everybody has knowledge of these new policies and the employee guide, and then has a common understanding of where this information is maintained and how they can readily get to it. Typically, after a policy is enacted, it goes in our principal notes. Pretty much immediately after that is posted so that our principals are aware of it. And then if they have any questions, legal is always available, but the goal is to get the information distributed to our administrative team as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. So Mr. Weiss and Amanda, if you have any further comments.
Yeah, so, you know, a little bit when we say next steps, working through all these policies and new superintendent policies have been needed to be done for quite some time. So I want you to know, I want to say thank you to Mary and Brian and Wendy and Amanda and the team to put these on the forefront and spending time with me and building up, where are we now? What do we need to have in place? As David referenced, some of these things have been a work in progress, and with different priorities and changes in COVID and change in leadership, they've had to be paused, and we've really put them on an urgency piece to say, let's review. When Brian talked about the remote learning expectations, you know, obviously we went in spring and started working remotely. We found all of us to be in a new situation, going into this fall with hybrid and now being remote again and not knowing what the spring holds for us. We wanted to have some of these things in place so we could support our staff and also support our supervisors. You know, if we say what we're expecting, typically people respond. Those one-offs and times where they don't, we need to be able to have a strong process to work through to help change behaviors, improve behaviors, and sometimes make hard decisions. So part of this is just making sure that we're clear with what are we expecting. And then usually the case, the dialogue helps and expectations help. But the next steps will be really now moving these forward. Some of them are more timely than others, and also preparation for the months to come and next year. So I think on that side, that's one thing I want to show of value. And then also their timeliness of urgency of, we spent a lot of time going over, just like you got to hear a little bit of it tonight. But then putting those in place. And again, some might be more timely than others. However, all of them are very much needed. And that's where it comes into the urgency of making sure that we get these in place now. So they're ready for the times and the timeline needed in the future. Mm-hmm. And Amanda, you want to go further?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Wise. We are pleased to share that our HR directors today mentioned these changes and went into a little bit of information with our principals at regional meetings today. We'll continue to share specific information and processes in regards to highlights of the employee guide that may look different from before, along with any of our new laws that Mr. Condon recently shared on the call this evening. Paired with that is a communication out to employees, which will not only link our employee guide, but then share in as easiest of a way as possible what Healthy Family Workplace Act and Public Health Emergency Leave is and how to access it. So we do have a plan in place, and we do have systems and processes in place.
In case I don't get another chance to just say thank you, I know the magnitude of this project that you have taken on, and I honestly have no idea on with the numbers that you each have in your departments, how you've been able to put this together and have a single source for people to come to, for our employees to come to, consolidating all of that information in the middle of a pandemic. So hats off to all of you for, I know, the enormous amount of hours that have gone into this. So thank you.
Thank you thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Hansen. We appreciate that. And it's been, we enjoy working together, which makes these hours less lengthy for us. So we appreciate the good work we're doing and the fact that we get to work together to get something done that we really believe will be a benefit to our staff. And so we feel good about the project, and we're glad it's very close to being fully completed.
I'm sure you are.
Just to add on to the accolades, also want to thank Brian and Mary for the memo that summarized the superintendent revisions. Was very helpful. I think that's why, Brian, it's such an easy presentation for you tonight, is because we had that foundational information. So thank you for putting that in writing and helping us with that. And then I just want to confirm once again, and I think Susan had alluded to this, and Amanda, I think you all did this as well, but we feel very confident that our employee council has given their seal of approval, that they've seen the employee guide in its current format that we're seeing, and that they have given their seal, their blessing, their approval for it to move forward as well.
We reviewed the previous version of the employee guide, and then let them know of the areas that we would need revision. They also gave feedback on what they believed needed a little bit more clarification. So it was done on the front side, along with all of the superintendent policies. Part of our January meeting will be reviewing I'll just use the acronyms, the FEL and HOFWA laws, and then they'll have already seen a communication. But those are the things that are just implemented by law. But for yes, employee council has had the opportunity to provide input.
And I would just add as well that, given that these are new laws with minimal regulations attached, businesses across Colorado are taking different positions on what employees are entitled to. And I can tell you that from a legal position, we are taking a conservative, employee-friendly approach to the benefits we are providing under these laws, which is not the same position that we're hearing other businesses take.
Yes.
So staff should be aware of that we're doing things right by employees.
I don't want to belabor this too much, and I appreciate, Amanda, what you were saying in terms of providing employee accounts, providing input. And maybe I'm the only one that feels this way. So if it is, just ignore me and move on. But if there's a way for us to have some kind of way of showing that employee council has seen this guide in its current format and in its current revision, and that there's some kind of opportunity for them to at least to say, not necessarily yay or nay, but at least to say, yes, we've seen it in its format before it gets rolled out. Just would be something I would hope for, but it looks like, did we lose Amanda? Yeah, there's Amanda. Susan, I don't know if you wanted to add to that before Amanda speaks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I definitely feel the same way, David. So to me, it's just really important that employees have an opportunity to weigh in and provide input. And we're going to have, the best. And it sounds like it's going through that iterative process. So just making sure, that happens. I had one other just overall comment that I would love to hear from all of you. I'm always trying to look at our strategic plan and thinking about how this fits into, the theme number 6 would be the applicable one with recruitment, retention, and development of high quality employees. And, specifically, it speaks to promoting a culture of learning and development for all employees by providing opportunities and pathways for growth and advancement. And I'm just wondering, I guess I didn't really see that covered in this, but this may not be the right document for that. But I'd just like to hear you speak to that a little bit.
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. And then Ms. Klimisch, I think she was here. I want to give her opportunity to share as well. In terms of the development of employees and providing pathways for learning and growth, I would imagine that may not live in that actual document in the employee guide. The employee guide is more procedural. It's more around policies, laws, employee rights. But we certainly do value, and you can see that embedded in various board and superintendent policies around that learning. And we work with our CIPG assessment office as well in terms of those opportunities for advancement and growth. In HR, we also do provide training pathways, management seminars, and things like that we advertise outside of the employee guide process. But really the employee guide is the how to navigate day-to-day type guide. Mr. Condon, did you want to add anything else to that?
I'll jump in a little bit on that. Actually, more so than even on the recruitment retention, I actually would tie it with strategic theme number 3, positive and supportive culture. As we start taking a look at our employee benefits and expectations, similar to what we said, a lot of what we need to do is agree upon and state what are our rights and responsibilities, what are our expectations. We know that we have clearer ideas of what we do. And I was given good advice one time that you can have a vision and lay out where we're going, but if you don't know your daily routines and expectations, are you really going to have that operational side? So I think a foundation of building climate culture is setting that operational side, working together on that. And so I would tie it a little bit with strategic theme 3. And that's a foundation of which to build off of next steps. And when we talked about some of the, with the new laws and some of our policies to be staff friendly, we want to create the work environment where people want to be. We want to find things where we have expectations that are solid and professional and bring out the best. And expectations doesn't mean that it's with, it's holding back. It's really setting the clear expectation of this is what makes us great. This is who we are and what we value. So it goes back to those core beliefs, those core values, and those actions that support that.
All right. Brian, did you have any final words for us before we take a break?
No, I don't. I actually have to run to that other thing. But thank you very much for allowing us to present to the board tonight, and good luck tonight at the meeting.
My last just recommendation, you may have this planned, is put a date on this on the title page or something, because having gone through historically where we've been, it sure helps when we know something's been presented and when. So that's my only request.
Perfect. Will do.
All right, board directors, we have about 7 minutes, and then we will do roll call starting at 6 o'clock. Okay, just checking on Director Long to see if he's there. Like I said, I know he's put in and out with some family issues. So Kevin, yep, there you are. Director Long, can you hear me? I think Director Long's probably listening to a conference call. So Director Long, how are you doing? All right, Chris, I think we'll be ready. Let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead. You're clear, Director Ray.
All right, very good. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the meeting of the Douglas County School District Board of Education for December 10th at 6:01. We'll begin with roll call. Director Chancho Shore.
Here.
Graziano.
Here.
Hanson.
Here.
Holtzman.
Here.
Very good. All right, Lung.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
And Ray is here. All right. We're going to jump right into directors with a motion to accept our agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to accept the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Director Meek, seconded by Director Lung. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
And Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. We're going to move into our public comment session. And before we do want to just call out to our commenters who are non-student commenters. There was a mistake in terms of a link that was sent to you. And so we want to make sure you have the updated link when we get to public comment later on. So if you'll check your email, you will see an updated link, the correct link for you to click on to do public comment with us when we get to that on our agenda. For now, though, we will start out with student comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear from our students, especially this is our way of setting the tone for who we are all about. And we are about our students and our learners. So we always look forward to hearing from them, their voices. And I'm going to begin with Silver Bernsdorf. Silver is a student that has requested to speak with the board. And then we will also have an opportunity to hear from our student advisory group. Good evening, Silver. Good to see you. Go ahead if you can hear me.
Good evening. Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
How does the district plan to enforce the use of safe masks? By that, I mean masks such as gaiters, bandanas, mesh masks, and masks with valves have been shown to be ineffective. Will the district be putting in regulations to say that masks like that are not permissible within schools?
And Silver, is that your only question tonight, or were there other comments you wanted to make?
And then also, how does the district plan to accommodate high-risk students who may not be able to have access to vaccines that take high-level classes like AP and IB classes? Will virtual classrooms like calling in through Google Meets or Zoom still be a guarantee? Will that still be guaranteed to students, or will students have to find some other compromise on their own?
Very good. And Silver, I would just tell you that during this time, typically, we don't always engage in answering questions, but what we do guarantee is that you'll get your question answered somehow, either through continued conversation in terms of the agenda items we have tonight, or Mr. Weiss may reach out to you just to give you a confirmation about your question around how masks and what type of masks are to be enforced, as well as your question around how are students being accommodated that need something different. And I can answer very quickly for you to say that certainly there is a commitment to provide remote as an alternative for our students throughout the rest of the school year. But I think your question maybe is more in depth in terms of other kinds of needs that students may have to for accommodations. But I will leave that, like I said, for Mr. Weiss, if you will direct someone to make sure they reach out to Silver just to follow up with the questions tonight. Silver, again, thank you for joining us. And thank you for asking the questions. We appreciate it. And also just, I will, as a side, say thank you for your great work on Student Advisor Group. You are a tremendous leader and have really, I have personally learned a lot from you. So thank you
very
for your
much.
service there too. All right. We're going to move on then to Jenna Perazzi, who is part of the leadership triad for our Student Advisory Group. And Jenna is here just to give us an update of what students are working on in Student Advisory Group and what they're looking forward to. So Jenna, again, I also want to just give accolades to you for last night's town hall and being one of the host, if you will, for that, and really appreciate your leadership as always. But this is Jenna Perazzi, and Jenna, go ahead.
All right, well, thank you for that introduction. As he said, my name is Jenna Perazzi. I'm a senior at Rock Canyon, and I am one of the 3 co-presidents of Student Advisory Group. So to start off, I wanted to go over what we had talked about in our December 7th Student Advisory Group meeting. So to start off, we heard from Mr. Sturtz, Michelle Major, and John Freeman about the MBOC and LRPC, and those conversations were mainly centered around student representatives and how we're going to continue providing students for those committees to give input. From there, we talked to Ms. Klemesh about who is part of our legal counsel. We reviewed the wording and intent of some policies that really revolve around the students' right of free speech. So as I'm sure you guys all know, the decision in Tinker v. Des Moines was that students' right to free speech is not checked at the door. There are a few exceptions to that, of course. And we kind of learned as a group what those specific exceptions are and then what our rights are as students with published works, speech, and then just political statements in general. From there, we also heard the board update. And then from that, our main things that we got was your guys' 3, I guess, categories of focus that you guys want to focus on. And we also, with Student Advisory Group, would really love to adhere to those, including academic excellence, culture and climate, and financial well-being. And so as we continue with our subgroups, which I'll get into in a minute, we're really going to try to focus on some of those standards and try to see where we can implement those to make them the most effective. And then, like I mentioned before, we've been working on our subgroups. And within those, we have 6 this year. And subgroups are topic issues that the students from around the district have decided to focus on. And the 6 we have this year are the eco-friendly subgroup, diversity equity, real-world oriented classes, district finances, district safety, and mental health. So all of these groups are creating mock proposals for our January meeting, just so we can kind of get an update on where each group is at and what they're thinking of proposing to the board later this year. And then with that, they also talked to many of the professionals in their field of interest and got some adult perspective on what they were thinking. And so then that was just about all we covered in our Student Advisory Group meeting on the 7th. Briefly, I also want to mention the town hall last night. I think it was really phenomenal that you guys were willing to hear the student voice and really putting an emphasis on that. I know between Student Advisory Group and that student town hall, it's really nice to kind of feel that the students are being heard and see some results based off of that. And then also I've talked with my leadership, and I think that if it was possible, we'd really like to do this sort of thing again. Yeah, and that's all I have. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here.
Great job reporting, Jenna. Jenna, do you know how many students signed on to our town hall last night?
I do not know that number off of the top of my head.
Okay.
I counted around 85.
85. Okay, thank you, Director Lung. All right. Directors, any questions for Jenna before we let her go? Any questions? Go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, not a question. I just want to say how exceptional I thought it went last night with the town hall. And I was really curious if you had takeaways after going through it. I heard you just say perhaps one of those is, let's do this again. Are Are there any other takeaways that you have from last night's event?
Another one of the big takeaways for me was that it's nice to see that we have a plan for how we're going to return to school if COVID numbers are permitting. I have a middle school sister, so I completely understand the desire to get the elementary kids back first because it's just hard for them to learn online. And then same thing with the middle schoolers. So I think that approach going from youngest to oldest makes a lot of sense. I think it was just overall really nice to kind of hear what the plan is.
Well, thank you. Also, I'm one of the liaisons for the Douglas County Youth Initiative, and I think they're going to be on your agenda next month. There's 4 different youth groups that are involved that I believe are going to come in and talk with you. I'm trying to remember, it's the Lone Tree Youth Commissioners, Teen Board at the library, and Teen Court volunteers from both Parker and Lone Tree. And they really wanted to talk to SAG about their work that they're doing and talk about maybe potential ways to collaborate and work together. So just a heads up, I believe Mr. Cheney is working on those logistics for next month's meeting.
Awesome. Well, it'll be really great to hear from them. We're always really excited to kind of hear from all the other people in district, kind of what they're doing and how we can help.
All right, great. Thanks again, Jenna. Thank you for the triad leadership too of SAG. You guys are doing great work and really looking forward to your proposals come May. So thank you. We're going to move on, directors, then to the next part of our agenda, which is our public comment session with non-students. As we always say, we certainly enjoy hearing diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout our community. Especially items that are listed on our tonight's agenda, as well as issues that impact the needs of our students. 2 policies guide how public comment to the board is received: Board Policy KE, which is public complaints, and Board Policy BEDH, public participation at board meetings. Board Policy KE further explains and outlines the process for responding to grievances and complaints, believing that these are best handled and resolved as close to the origin of concern as possible. Therefore, we encourage the proper channeling of concerns. For example, concerns that involve a child should begin with the teacher, then the building administrator, then the director of schools, assistant superintendent, and superintendent before appealing to the Board of Education. As has always been our practice, those wanting to make public comment are requested to complete an online form prior to 3 o'clock of the meeting. Those who were signed up by this time received an email with directions for calling in. And one more plug, that if you haven't already and you're a public commenter waiting to comment, be sure to check your email for the latest link to be able to do your public comment tonight. Given the remote format of this meeting, there are some additional directions I would like to provide. First of all, once you have called in, your phone will be muted until your name is called. You will be able to listen to the meeting by your phone, but not be able to speak. Please make sure that you are not running the meeting on a computer in the background and that you are in a quiet environment. Keep in mind that the meeting that is broadcasted on YouTube is slightly delayed, so it's best for you to only listen to the meeting on your phone. Once I call your name, please respond, and if you are heard, I will ask you to continue. I would also remind commenters that we want to continue to maintain a decorum of mutual respect and would ask that speakers refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. The board does follow Robert's Rules of Orders to guide it in participating in an orderly and fairly conducted meeting. Under those rules, if a director calls for a point of order, all discussions and comments should stop so that a determination can be made as to whether a procedural rule or board policy has been violated. Therefore, if a point of order is made while public comments are being made, I will interrupt, or if I interrupt, the speaker should pause until otherwise directed to continue. The speaker's phone will be muted until after you have been asked to continue. Each speaker tonight has been allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. You will hear a tone signaling when that time is up, and your phone will be muted shortly after that. Please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in discussion. However, your comments will certainly be considered as the board continues its work tonight. So we will now begin and proceed with our first public commenter, and that is Kathy Dorman. Following Kathy is Nate Ormond, and following Nate is Annette Bybee. Ms. Dorman, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Kathy Dorman. This is my 37th year in Douglas County School District. My passion is teaching high school students science. I've also coached track and cross country for over 25 years. This is my last year teaching in Douglas County, the place I've devoted my whole professional career to. I'm doing a 110 this year, so my daughters and I are calling this my cool down lap. I want to thank you for your volunteer work as board members, especially during this pandemic. I appreciate your dedication and your passion as well. You may know that I was on the Employee Council from 2018 to 2020, and one of our activities was reviewing the Employee Handbook. You've talked a lot about getting the seal of approval from the Employee Council. I want to remind everyone that this is not an elected representative group. We were told over and over that we were giving our own opinions on topics like the employee guide. We didn't survey our colleagues. We didn't solicit others' opinions. We gave our individual point of view. I've also worked in our district when we had collective bargaining agreement, and that was part of our culture for over 40 years. I was hired in 1984 under that CBA. Some of the content of the employee handbook has come directly from that collective bargaining agreement. As teachers, we know that our classroom culture and climate is dependent on our students helping to develop the norms and expectations for our classroom. I am the local site coordinator in charge of professional development for Douglas County Federations. And when I conduct PD, one of the first things we do is to collaboratively create those norms and expectations. Collective bargaining was a process by which teachers and staff had a role in creating the norms, rules, and expectations for employees. And this is a big part of why we had such a positive culture and climate in DCSD in the past. As you know, we were recognized by the U.S. Department of Education for our labor management collaboration. Our students were the ones who benefited the most from our collaborative culture and from teachers and staff being empowered to be part of the solution. I know that all of you want a collaborative culture where teachers and staff have a voice. There are actually parts of the employee guide that some teachers or staff might disagree with as they create limits on our rights. But if employees created this together and voted to accept it, we would all have buy-in. Tonight, I want to address Appendix F, pages 47 and 48. These pages have created inequities for our students and their families as well as for employees. In districts that have collective bargaining, these categories are fully defined so that everyone, principals, teachers, staff, and community know exactly what to expect. In DCSD, class size, planning time, class coverage when a sub job is unfilled, days without students, professional development, and much more is all decided at the building level. This site-based decision-making is going to look different at each building. It will be dependent on the building principals who have different backgrounds, knowledge, and experience. How is that equitable? I urge you to let teachers and staff help you define these important rules, norms, and expectations for our district so that we have equitable experience for everyone. How do we do that? By acknowledging the employee handbook was a reformer solution to a CBA. What I want to recommend is we get back to true collaboration and sign a collective bargaining agreement with teachers and staff. The ATU, the Union for Our Transportation Employees, had a CBA with the district. I would think your frontline employees in the building and classroom deserve the same kind of professional consideration. Thank you.
Director Ray, you're muted.
Thank you, sorry. Our next speaker is Nate Ormond, and then Annette Bybee and Mia Deach. Nate, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ormond, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. I want to start with an update on the stats from the CDC. As of yesterday, Colorado has 0 deaths ages 0 to 17 from COVID. U.S. total deaths for kids school age 5 to 14 is 46 across the entire United States. Here are some recent headlines and reports. Schools confront off the rails numbers from failing grades. In Oregon, 38% of high school students are failing versus 8% a year ago. New Mexico, more than 40% of middle school and high school students are failing at least one class. In Houston, 42% of students are failing at least one class. In some of our largest, most successful public school systems, middle schoolers are showing a 300% increase in failing grades. High schoolers are showing an increase of 50%. In Los Angeles, schools saw a sharp drop in kindergarten enrollment. In St. Paul, Minnesota, 40% of high school students have failing grades. In Fairfax County, Virginia, F-letter grades are up 83% this year for high school students. For Fairfax middle schoolers, Fs are up 300%. Governor DeSantis has said closing schools is probably the biggest blunder in modern American history. People advocating for virus mitigation through school closures are effectively today's flat earthers. They have no scientific evidence for supporting their position. Another headline, mounting evidence shows that schools need to open their doors to students now. Distance learning is failing our students. It's widening the achievement gap and it goes against the science. Brown University researchers recently released concrete data that found minimal evidence that the coronavirus is rapidly spreading in K through 12 schools. The study examined 50 schools across 46 states, 300 of which maintain in-person operations. The results, only 0.76% of confirmed COVID cases for students and 0.15% for teachers were from the school setting, demonstrating the return of the classroom will not result in statistically impactful community spread. Dr. Fauci is fully behind children returning to their classrooms. Fauci has repeatedly emphasized that the science showing COVID-19 transmission between students and faculty is negligible. Your own survey showed that 84% of parents want kids in school full time. In the most recent survey you sent out, you didn't even list that as an option. You've changed the grading scale this week to hide your failures. You have proven time and again, you are not all about the students as you stated in your opening. You are cowards who quietly make proclamation via emails laden with false platitudes that the community rolls our eyes at, failing teachers as heroes as the kids languish and fail in their homes. You can't pretend to hide behind the threat level midnight anymore, because we all see the science. We can all see the results. We can all see you for what you are. You're going and staying remote, not because you're scared the kids will get each other sick, remote because you're scared the kids might get you sick. You might lose your taste for a month. You might have a fever and then be forced to go back and do your job a week later. The odds that you get COVID from school interactions is insignificant. The odds that any teacher dies from COVID due to a school interaction caused transmission is almost zero in all of Colorado, let alone Douglas County. And for that, we destroy these kids forever. That's how selfish you are. The teachers you
President Ray, you're muted.
Thank you, Director Long. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Ormond. We'll move on to Annette Bybee, and then after Annette Bybee is Mia Deach. Is Annette Bybee?
That's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Annette. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to start by thanking you, the teachers, administrators, and staff at the Douglas County Schools for your hard work. I know you're all doing your best in a very difficult situation. My purpose in addressing you is to commend you for your decision to reopen the elementary schools and to advocate for you to reopen the middle schools and high schools, at least to hybrid status. It's now known that keeping children out of in-person school has many negative effects on them. Kids at home are at risk of an increase in abuse. They are more likely to go hungry because they don't have access to in-school meals and snacks. Their mental health suffers because of lack of socialization with peers. The rate of suicide in teens and preteens has risen, and they are falling behind in their education, particularly in math, partly because some of us parents are not that great at math. Additionally, college applications are down. And some of these problems are even worse for populations which are already marginalized. Racial minorities, those in low-income families, students with disabilities, and those learning English are all showing even more regression than their peers. On a personal note, I have a child with an IEP, and while I know that special education staff is doing their best to meet her needs, they just aren't being met in an online environment. It seems like form over substance when educating those with special needs. I do not believe that children with IEPs can be properly served while sitting in front of a computer. Additionally, these shutdowns harm both children and families when parents are faced with almost impossible choices. For example, I'm a single parent with elementary age children. I need to make a living. My choices are: number one, find a fully remote job and then try to juggle doing that job with helping my children with their assignments. Or two, find work outside of the home and leave my children unattended. Or three, if I can't find a fully remote job and don't want to leave my children alone, remain partially or fully unemployed and depend on government assistance or other ways to meet my financial obligations. Schools have been closed due to the virus or fear of the virus. However, schools have been shown to not be super spreaders, and children do not catch the virus or suffer from the virus at the same rate as adults. Anthony Fauci said, quote, "The default position should be as best as possible within reason to keep the children in school and get them back to school," end quote. CDC Director Robert Redfield says schools are the best place to be. Governor Polis said, quote, "We feel that based on the data, that is the safest place they can be based on the safety parameters we have in school. And we encourage in-person service so our kids' future is not another casualty of the pandemic." A friend shared with me that her high school student son said to her, quote, "Mom, institutions are failing us. I feel like they are taking an eraser to our future," end quote. Let's not fail our children. Let's get them all back to school. Again, I commend you for heading elementary school kids back to school, in school full time. Let's do the same for middle school and high school students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bybee. Mia Deach is next, then Danielle Holland, and then Joelle Chambers. Annette, are you there? I'm sorry, Mia Deach. Mia, are you there? Okay, I'm not hearing Mia. We'll move on to Danielle Holland, and then after Danielle Holland is Joelle Chambers. Danielle Holland, are you there?
Hello, this is Danielle Holland. Can you hear me?
Yes, Danielle, hello. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. First, I wanted to thank all of you on the board and also Superintendent Wise for all of your time and dedication. You've given so much of yourselves during normal years, but especially during this period of unprecedented challenges, it is very much appreciated. And I just wanted to thank you for that. I am a mother of two daughters in the district. One is a junior in high school and the other is a fourth grader. I've attended most of the virtual board meetings to date and have not heard this issue that I'm about to address discussed, which is why I asked to speak, especially after last week's announcement by Superintendent Wise that the plan is to move elementary students back full-time beginning after winter break. I thought that this needed to be at least mentioned, and it may have been, I just have not heard it. The issue that I'm most concerned with is that of change and uncertainty and how that impacts our students independent of age. I feel that it has had a tremendous impact, not only on my kids, but also others, also parents and teachers, principals, and various support staff in addition as well, whichever you prefer. That said, I will speak only about my personal experience with this, as while I know other people are experiencing it. I only think it's fair to address it from the perspective that I have. As a mom, I want nothing more than to send my kids back to school. Nothing more, both of them. I would send them back tomorrow in a moment. But having tried to manage an unbelievable amount of stress, anxiety, and upset from either or both of my daughters over the past several months, I feel like we need to pay attention to change and uncertainty. While having them back in school is without a doubt, especially at an elementary level, but even at any level, beneficial to them. What is not sorry, my apologies. What is not beneficial and what I think is far more detrimental is the fact that when they move back and forth, be it from hybrid to e-learning or full-time to quarantined, that is a tremendous problem. And I don't know how many times I can say tremendous in 3 minutes, but originally I thought that the issue was online learning. I thought that both of my daughters were having meltdowns because they were learning online. And as it happened multiple times, my older daughter somehow managed to be quarantined 3 times before Thanksgiving break. And during those periods, not only were things changed in how they learned remotely, so it's not just moving back and forth physically from in-person to online, but once they're online, the protocols have changed. The websites, the apps, the resources have changed. So I just wanted to mention that and bring that up because I think that it's really something I haven't heard discussed. And I now realize that that's, at least in my case, in the case of several other families that I know, much bigger issue than the e-learning itself. And that's what I'm worried about when they go back January 5th, is that if they have to move back again, that's just, until we're ready to move them forward with no chance that they'll be shut down again, it's just a little bit too much to consider. So I apologize for going over. Thank you guys again so much for everything that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. And it just occurred to me, or I just got a message that through some technical issues I was having, I missed Mr. Orman's final statements. And so, Mr. Orman, if you wanted to complete your comment, I apologize. We were having some technical difficulties. I was having problems with my muting. So, Mr. Orman, if you're still there and you would like to finish your comments, please go ahead.
No, that's okay. I think it's more impactful that you know, we can see people that are supportive of the board, how they get extra time, and how I wasn't given that extra time until I pointed it out in the chat. So that's fine.
Well, and I'll take responsibility. It was really my inability to do the multitasking, so it was not at all intentional, but we're more than happy to hear your final comments if you'd like to make those.
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Orman. So we are next is Joelle Chambers, and then Joe Kibler and Heather Civey. So Joelle Chambers, are you there?
Hi, this is Joelle. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Chambers, please go ahead.
Good evening. Nice to talk to you guys again. I wish we didn't have to, but I'm glad that we have the opportunity to talk tonight. I first want to start out with saying that this is absolutely in no way a criticism to the fabulous teachers of Douglas County, but rather to the administration and this board and the board members that we're speaking to right now. I fully support our teachers, and I'm really saddened by the way they've been treated by this board and the expectations that have been put on them that are just unattainable. I would ask you guys, I've watched, oops, sorry.
Oh my God.
Are you there? I've watched several of these board meetings, and I watch you all creating problems that you can't fix. And there's one of the main ones right now is teachers and substitutes and quarantine guidelines that you're following that aren't necessary, but are put in and then never evaluated. My son was quarantined 8 weeks of the 11 that were offered to him this year. And was never sick and was never followed up to find out if he was sick. Teachers and substitutes can be there if their children were in school. So we're creating a problem that we don't, by not allowing them to be in school full time, to not have teachers. No one is forced to be at school. you have given a very viable, great option for students to learn from home. Those that don't want to be in school can learn from home. But there are so many in our district that are hurting and being irreparable damage to the children in our district because you are closing the schools. There's not a spread from school. The president, the governor, CDC have all said the safest place for our kids is in school. So stop quarantining healthy kids and teachers and let them go back to school. Polis just signed a new public health order, giving schools the latitude to stay open regardless of where the dial sits on the COVID metrics. You guys do have the ability to reopen schools, and your job is to educate our children. So I am not alone. 84% of your parents that answered your survey said they want an in-person option. Please give that to us. There are story after story after story of families who are hurting and children that are hurting. There are COVID beds open right now in every hospital across the state, but there are not mental health beds. I talked with a parent of a special needs child who was needing to be admitted. There was not a bed between Denver and Pueblo for a mental health child that needed to be admitted. Our kids are suffering. They're being put on medications that never have been. There's just, it's off the charts. And I would encourage each of you to go to your own Facebook page today and read the comments on the posting for this meeting tonight. Please, if you care, there's a mother on there whose 8-year-old son is suicidal. Does that matter to any of you? This is heartbreaking what is happening to our students, and it needs to change. There are parents saying their children aren't learning anything. There are mothers whose kids are hurting, and you guys have the power to change that. You've given the option to others to stay home because they are afraid of this virus. Now, please give the parents the option. We know what's best for our children. We're living with them, and we hope to raise adults that can survive in this society. And you guys are inhibiting that, and it needs to stop. Give us the option, please. That is your job, to educate our children. It's not your job to worry about their health. That is our job. If we send them to school healthy, that's the risk we're willing to take. Please, please reopen our schools in January and don't make them suffer any longer.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Joe Kibler is next. After Joe is Heather Civey and then Joni Brown. Mr. Kibler, are you there? Okay, Joe Kibler, one more call. All right. Next is Heather Civey. Heather, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Heather, please go ahead.
Great. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to start off by asking a question. A very important question in my household right now is, what do you all remember about your senior year of high school? I personally remember my teachers' faces and personalities. I remember homecoming, pep rallies, proms, sporting events, walking the hall and getting to feel what it's like to be the ruler of the school. Field day, assemblies, and seeing the smiling faces of my fellow students. I remember being excited about college visits and acceptance letters. My senior, my 4.33 honor roll National Honor Society student, he's remembering his head hurting from being on a computer all day. He's remembering the virtual tour that didn't quite give him what he needed. He's remembering all the missed milestones or thinking about the missed milestones he'll never get back and how much he misses being in school with his friends in sports and activities. Our kids are being robbed of all these memories and experiences and the proper education that they deserve, that you need to give them. All kids need to be back in school full time, not just the elementary kids. I have a third grader, a freshman, and a senior. They all deserve to be in school full time. I would gladly, though, get my big kids back first, as I'm more concerned about their mental well-being after being home now since March. They've only spent a few days in an actual building. Statistics show that kids do better in school and when they have other things to look forward to. Again, marching bands, sports, dances, prom, clubs. You can't expect kids to be excited about school when you take everything away that makes it exciting. All that they have left is being stressed about grades, and they can't be with their peers, which leads to why we're seeing an increase in suicide, drug use, mental health, and anxiety, while grades and health are decreasing. Speaking of mental health, teen and youth anxiety and depression are getting worse since COVID lockdowns began, and we're seeing corresponding increase in youth suicide. At the end of June, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention surveyed young Americans of their mental health. They found symptoms of anxiety and depression were up sharply across the board between March and June compared with the same time the previous year. And young people ages 10 to 18 seem to be the hardest hit of any group. Data collection for several studies on teen mental health during the pandemic is currently underway. And experts worry these studies will show a spike in suicide because young people are increasingly cut off from peers and caring adults because their futures are uncertain and they're spending more time at home alone. Now let's talk about grades decreasing and your COVID scale. Lowering the standards of our kids because online schooling isn't working. How about putting them back in school? I ask and respectfully beg for you to do it right for our kids. Fauci, our governor, our government, the Mayo Clinic, all these reputable sources are saying that our kids must get back to school. In Douglas County alone, we've seen double the amount of suicides with not one COVID death in the K-12 age range. Please stop looking at rates across the country or even our state. Focus on what's happening right here in our county. As elected officials, you swore an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution, protect our children. They're in emotional and educational crisis and they're falling behind. Our teachers are exhausted and depleted. These children of all ages deserve to be in a stimulating environment where they're safe, progressing, and thriving. Our children deserve equitable solutions and our children deserve to be put first. Please, I want to close and just say, give my son, my senior, his one last semester in high school to truly understand and have good memories of his senior year of high school at all. Don't let COVID, a virus with a zero mortality rate for kids in Douglas County, don't let that be his last memory of school and the school district. This is all on you, and I urge you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sivy. Joni Brown is next, then Jenny Endelman and Allison Kalinsky. Joni Brown, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Brown, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 kids in Douglas County School District Public Schools. They need to be 100% in-person learning. I will give you a little background before I ask my questions. I apologize, I did not hear the Tuesday meeting, so bear with me if anything was addressed from that meeting. My teen daughter with autism is on an IEP. That's an individualized education plan. Her IEP is more than just a written legal document. It's a plan that lays out her program of special education instruction and serves to assist her to gain an education through public schools, which currently it's not being met 100%. At no disrespect to the teachers. I have many examples of her struggling with online technology, class assignments, getting on class meetings timely, and not getting 100% access to her IEP goals services that are legally drafted in her plan. I have many examples of the mental health that has taken a toll from being away from socialization, being in the classroom, eating lunch with their peers, etc. Now, I have a 2nd grader not on an IEP that is struggling staying in front of a screen from 8:45 a.m. till 3 o'clock p.m. To say the least, this is not healthy. Just today, a 2nd grader was in tears online that I witnessed. I also witnessed her class consoling her, asking her if she was okay. That brought me to tears. Here are my questions. Why are you giving me this platform to tell you how we are suffering and the tolls the children's mental health is taking? How is this helping the situation? I'm at a loss. I'm tired and baffled. Are these meetings something that you have to do just to appear to be listening? How many more meetings and town halls do we have to waste everyone's time to talk and sound more like broken records? I stood at the protest and sadly waved my poster board to get kids back to school earlier this year. I have emailed Douglas County School Board staff and teachers begging to get back to the classrooms. What is this all for? What actions can you do today for the kids? Are you fighting for the 84% of parents and guardians that were polled earlier this year stating they wanted to be in school? Why even poll us if nothing is done about it? I cannot speak for others, but I'm willing to sign a waiver to get my kids back. Please consider thinking outside of the box and study what are the charter schools doing that are successful, and private schools. What are they doing with their in-person learning? Do students need to move around every 14 minutes to avoid exposure? Or what other ideas can we come up with? In closing, this is not about me, it's about the kids. Nobody wants to be in a pandemic and wants to be in your position. I'm talking about the school board and teachers. There is no pleasing everybody. We all need a little piece of normalcy again, and getting back to school 100% in school learning 100% is essential. Once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next is Jenny Edelman, and then Allison Kalinsky and Julie Lamb. Jenny Edelman, are you there?
Yes, my name is Jenny Edelman. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Edelman, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I have 3 boys in Douglas County school system. I have a 3rd grader, a 9th, and a 12th grader. I will tell you that I've never been more disappointed in our system than I am now. I have a 9th grader who's being gypped out of a true freshman year, and a senior who's losing out on his last memorable school year. And both their attitudes towards school and kind of their future have taken a complete 180. We were given a choice at the beginning of the school year if we wanted to go 5 days in person or hybrid. And then in the end, it just never mattered because we just went straight hybrid. So I'm not sure why we were asked if it was totally disregarded. If parents are uncomfortable with their kids going to school, there is homeschooling options for those parents and children. Those of us who need our kids to go to school full-time in person, and those kids need it. We were stripped and robbed of our choice. My children now face anxiety and depression, and it is a real thing. It's not a fluff, oh, kids are sad. No, it's real. It's a pit of your stomach that you can't make go away. I have one on depression medicine who's only 14, and he's never had to do that before. We had to put him in the hospital because we couldn't figure out what was going on. It's anxiety and depression. These kids are struggling, and this is a happy-go-lucky kid. They struggle to stay on task and barely do all their online assignments due to overall no motivation or real structure. I'm pretty sure my freshman will not be passing all of his classes this year, and he's a capable kid. They are not learning a fraction of what they should be learning. Teachers are doing their best, and my dearest best friend's a teacher. Unfortunately, it's not them, and it's just not fair to any of them or us. Instead of the kids actually learning the material, we decide to lower the grade standards. So it'll be interesting to see how this generation grows up, because we're creating a bunch of kids who are given a grade instead of earning a grade, having tons of extra time to complete assignments. And as much as that's nice, and I get the gesture, it's not teaching our kids to show up, do their work, and be responsible. Overall, they're not functioning the way they should to help them grow into young adults. I currently can't also not work because I have to homeschool my 3rd grader, as he cannot be home alone. So now I'm on unemployment, barely surviving, just so my son gets some sort of education. Every parent I know is struggling and facing depression and anxiety themselves. People are unhappy, families are fighting, nagging, we're stressed and depressed. The school board has an obligation to educate our children, and you are not doing that, in my opinion. One kid has COVID and tons of kids that are healthy get quarantined. Absolutely asinine that we even allow this to be happening. I want my kids in school 5 days a week and in person so they can get the education they deserve, and I can go back to work and get off unemployment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Edelman. Allison Kalinsky is next, then Julie Lamb, and then Jennifer Iverson. Allison Kalinsky, are you there? Okay, one more time for Allison Kalinsky. Are you there? Okay, we'll move on to Julie Lamb, Jennifer Iverson, and then Elizabeth and Brian Lang. Ms. Lamb, are you there?
I am.
Okay,
Tonight
please
I
go
come
ahead.
before you with 3 questions. 1, how are you helping teachers and students with supports during this pandemic? 2, how can we change the narrative to be more positive for our teachers and students? And 3, how will you be leveling the playing field for ISS personalized learning kiddos in the same way that you are attempting to for students without a learning disability? Hello, my name is Julie Lamb. I'm the mother of 3 DCSD graduates, a senior, and also an 11-year advocate for public education here in DCSD. The past 10 months, all I've heard from this board was how great the then superintendent had been doing, along with the DCSD cabinet, central administration office, administrators, including our now interim superintendent. The Board of Ed needs to the Board of Ed meetings could be shortened with less accolades and participation trophies being handed out. If we could cut to the chase a little bit and discuss the issues, concerns, planning processes, and finishing policies that are very clearly broken and failing our children and teachers. If anyone deserves accolades and trophies, it is our teachers who are on the front lines, jumping through hoops that have been unfairly placed in front of them, obstacles that were created by the poor planning and execution for DCSD's return to school by all of our superintendent, cabinet, administration, and Board of Ed. All of these processes and procedures have been implemented, which are failing, were done so in a vacuum without the voice of the teacher's voice. You may have asked for it as an insincere gesture, but no one listened. You now need to step up and show our community that you respect our teachers. I have personally heard from teachers who are being asked by parents to accommodate students due to part-time jobs that have shifted to daytime hours during the school day, accommodate athletics quarantines over in-person academics, and provide assignments ahead of time so families can go on vacations with the newfound flexibility that they have due to remote and e-learning. You as leaders need to find a way to get our community to respect and support our teachers. We're losing teachers, and we will continue to after poor planning fiasco that occurred this year in DCSD. Every district is facing these struggles as a result of COVID, but I am not aware of any district that has fumbled and failed the challenges that teachers are facing to the extent that DCSD has. We must change the narrative for the district and community to become more accountable. Children follow our lead. If we instill work ethic and expect them to succeed, they will. But if we expect them to not show up and learn and instead just lower our standards to make them and our district look better, then we're not succeeding. Teachers, students, or our destination district. We lost many students this year due to poor planning. This results in a dramatic loss of funding. Preparation for the fall should have started in full force in April to support a safe academic and social return to education. Nothing was done, not even the cleaning of buildings, safety precautions, or PPE until late July. How is this showing our teachers and students that they're cared for and respected? How is this teaching preparation and work ethic? Finally, somehow DCSD is decided to lower the bar on grading standards without a Board of Ed vote that I'm aware of to accommodate all students. I'm not a professional, and I'm not sure what is right, wrong, or illegal or legal with regards to the way this change was handled. However, my concern is for the 15% of our student community that is on an IEP or 504, those students who experience challenges daily, not related to COVID, have not had their needs met since March. There are federal and legal supports that DCSD is required to comply with to assist with these students, but has been in blatant violation since March. How do we overlook our more fragile students? How are we leveling the playing field and instead deciding to only assist those who are experiencing learning challenges, maybe for the very first time in their academic career? Maybe we need to reassess our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamb. Excuse me. I understand Mrs. Kalinsky is on. Allison Kalinsky, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My son is a transitional SSN student at Lone Tree Bridge. His IEP calls specifically for speech language services, behavioral health services, transitional services, educational services, and community work placement. Those things were not provided to him at all in the last school year, and they're barely being provided to him now. I was willing to give grace then because this was all brand new for everyone. I'm no longer willing to do that. DCSD has had months to plan for this school year. I know for a fact that Jeffco schools shared their plan with DCSD outlining how they were dealing successfully with everything from staff shortages and student learning to IEP coordination and on-site community-based instruction. Jeffco has over 1,000 center-based kids doing in-person learning today, all while maintaining CDC guidelines. Why don't we? And don't you dare tell me there are no sites willing to take transitional students right now. I personally rented a separated 850 square foot space at my bakery for transitional students to access their community-based instruction. It can accommodate up to 4 students and staff per shift 2 shifts a day at 3 hours a shift for a total of 30 hours a week. Only 2 students have even been offered this opportunity, and my son was one of them. There are solutions out there, and DCSD is refusing to use them. They're leaving students and families hanging with zero direction. Worse, they're leaving teachers floundering with no tools. I do not blame the teachers. They're doing their best. This lands solely at your feet, board. We keep hearing that this shutdown, this situation, this time, it's only going to be through December 18th. Well, we are all done waiting. I have 2 very specific questions for you. What is the plan for students in January, and when will the public see it?
Thank you, Mrs. Kalinsky. Next is Jennifer Iverson, and then after Jennifer Iverson, Elizabeth and Brian Lang, and Shelley Werdeman, excuse me. Mrs. Iverson, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jennifer, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight to the interim superintendent Wise, your cabinet, and the BOE directors. I have many concerns about the lack of consistent planning to address the needs of our ISS SPEDS community at the district level. Our families continue to get conflicting information from interim superintendent Corey Wise and personalized learning officer Nancy Ingalls. In the email that was sent out by Corey Wise on November 19th, we were directed to get information from DCSD's website under the remote learning plan. Within that plan, FAPE was discussed as relative to what the general education students are receiving, ignoring the landmark Ender F U.S. Supreme Court case that DCSD lost, which demands a higher standard for IEP students. The district website also mentioned that any SPED student experiencing significant barriers accessing their education would be offered limited in-person instruction. This offer was left to the caseworkers in individual schools to figure out what they were willing to provide to this specific population. Many parents followed these instructions, and many children were denied this opportunity. This should not be a site-based decision, but needs to be guided by the district's special education department. There has been little communication and guidance from Nancy Ingalls herself. Plans are being discussed about how DCSD will return after winter break, yet very little has been said about our ISS SPED students, especially middle school and high school. Parents with children who have learning differences and disabilities have been placated with statements that the district's SPED department is contemplating the plans for an in-person programming, but we have not been given a timeline as to when these provisions will be revealed. Why aren't these answers given at the same time general education families get theirs? If our community will again be expected to individually reach out to our caseworkers and principals to get the services our children require to learn, then we urgently need to know the district's plans before we start winter break. Not having a plan is an unacceptable excuse for not adhering to federal law that no school district was given a waiver to deny. A majority of students with learning differences and disabilities will not bounce back from the lost year of instruction. Many are even regressing. We've strived to be patient. We've given grace to our children's teachers, caseworkers, and support staff. We have been doing all that you ask. We require DCSD leadership to provide a plan for our learners. We need to know that you will act with fidelity and equity. Providing access to FAPE for these learners now will save our district money in the future. Please cite your goal for the actual date that our children will continue their education. Parents of children with a disability deserve answers tonight. Can we expect one?
Thank you, Mrs. Iverson. Next is Elizabeth and Brian Lang, Shelley Werdeman, and then Lisa Mason. Mr. and Mrs. Lang, are you there? And I'm being told that we don't see Mr. and Mrs. Lang, so we're going to skip and go on to Shelley Werdeman. Shelley, are you there? And also not seeing Shelley Werdeman. Lisa Mason, are you there?
This is Lisa Mason. Can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Yes. Good evening, Lisa. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. Mr. Wise and members of the board, thank you for having me. I first want to acknowledge that I do understand the difficult decisions you have to make at this point in time and the many lives that will be impacted by them. I am sure that cannot be easy for you. However, I would be remiss if I did not share my thoughts with you tonight. As a parent, we have seen a lot through this pandemic. We have seen the school board make the decision to move to remote learning in March. We have seen the teachers work tirelessly to transition and support their students the best way they know how. We've shown endless support for our teachers. We've seen the media deliver the pandemic updates in the most biased and politically charged ways. We've seen our school board make decisions not to start school full-time this year with minimal cases. We have tried to explain to our children the positives of this pandemic. We have talked with them about why we need to school at home. We have talked with them about persevering through adversity. We have sat with them for hours doing schoolwork while trying to do our jobs at the same time. We've talked with them about wearing masks and why they are important. We watched as the school board gave the teachers 3 weeks to prepare for students to be back in school. We watched when you gave parents 1 week to prepare for students to come back home. We have received your emails asking for support, fundraisers, and wishing us a happy Thanksgiving, all while our elected officials are telling us we can't spend Thanksgiving with our family while they jet set to be with theirs. We've seen our children become sadder and sadder by the day. We've seen our neighbors send their children off to charter schools with no issues. We've seen our children cry while on camera with their classmates because they simply want to be at school with them, and then again at night because they don't want to be on a computer the next day. We've seen the statistics, and still 84% of us have said we want our kids in school full time. We've moved from supportive to frustrated to sadness to complete anger, and we are done. Every day you are not getting children back in school full time and in person, you are awakening a sleeping giant. A giant of tired, frustrated, angry parents, and even worse, depressed children on the verge of self-harm. A sleeping giant of parents who have supported you, but are now ready to stand up and put our children's needs first when it's been crystal clear for months that schools should be open. This pandemic has shined a light on the significant issues in our public school system and how the concern for our students is overshadowed by the politics of the teachers union. In our house, we teach our kids to stand up for what is right, even when it may not be the most popular choice. We teach our children to be critical thinkers and to not be afraid to challenge the status quo. So here I am challenging you to stop playing politics and get these kids in school. Stand up for what is right. Stand up for our kids.
Thank you, Mrs. Mason. Abby Cooper is next, then Brooke Montz, and then Jamie Harker. Abby Cooper, are you there? Not hearing from Abby Cooper. We'll go on to Brooke Montz. Brooke Montz, are you there? Okay, again, not hearing from Brooke Montz. Jamie Harker, are you there? Okay, moving on then to Liz Wagner. Liz Wagner, are you there?
I am.
Hey, Ms. Wagner, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good evening, directors. My name is Wagner. I made my first public comment many years ago. What brought me to the podium back then was curriculum, specifically the guaranteed and viable curriculum and world-class outcomes, which were neither guaranteed, viable, nor did they meet Colorado academic standards. And unfortunately, I'm here this evening with the same concern. curriculum. This past spring, Dr. Tucker and Chief Academic Officer Marlena Gross Taylor brought to you a proposal for aligned curriculum across the district. This endeavor was specifically related to your Board of Education end statements. While I realize that you are going to be searching for our permanent superintendent, there is work that must be done in the interim regarding curriculum alignment. Where are we with the aligned curriculum? Did the district purchase the curriculum that was proposed and approved by you in the spring of 2020? Are there any schools who are using curriculum that was found not to be approved by the CDE? In the spirit of transparency, will you direct the interim superintendent to post that information on the district's website so that parents are aware of the deficient curriculum being used? When can we expect an announcement of a chief academic officer being hired, or is that position not being backfilled? If it's not, what is the justification for such a critical role to not be backfilled when a chief technology officer role was? COVID slide. In the spirit of transparency, will you direct the interim superintendent to post what the COVID slide is related to academic areas as well as by school within the district? We have a right to know. Has the district looked at the slide and made any correlation or causation to curriculum? For the students who have shown a slide academically, what is the district's plan for those who are not on grade level because of the disruption in learning due to COVID? Are we leaving this to principals, or will we have a strong district-wide plan to avoid the Swiss cheese effect from the Fagan years? Who will do this since the district does not currently have a chief academic officer? Who is ensuring these kids have what they need to close the gap? With regard to the READ Act, in the spirit of transparency, all the dollars that have been received in the past and what they've been spent on, will you post that also on the website? What is the status of the Curriculum Council and the Colorado Academic Standards and the READ Act? What direction has CASB provided to you as a Board of Education from their conference regarding the READ Act? I understand that CDE did a presentation. What professional development is being provided or is planned to be provided to comply with the READ Act? What are we doing for kids who can't read? Are we still leaving this up to principals who, in many, if not most cases, have no background in literacy or special education? I'm almost done. Are all of the district schools using curriculum that meets the requirements of the READ Act, which is scientific and evidence-based instruction? Is the district going to ensure that curriculum is meeting all 5 components of reading and is scientifically and evidence-based as required under the statute? Jefferson County School District has ended up in the news because they are using curriculum that doesn't comply, curriculum that DCSD is also using. Lastly, in the spirit of transparency, what SMART goals have been created for the interim superintendent that he will be evaluated on, and when will those be made public? This information is critical for the community to know as you begin the permanent superintendent search. The meeting in which this was discussed was not recorded, and there is no public record of what was decided. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
You're welcome.
I understand that Jamie Harker is back on with us. Ms. Harker, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, hi. Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time because I'm here as a mom of kids who have been in a charter school and who have been in school 5 days a week. They have thrived in the 5 day a week school setting for this fall semester, and they're currently remote. And the difficulties that we're facing at home are just untenable. And looking at what we have and the resources we have access to, I am a mom of 5. So there are times in my house where we need 7 devices for all of our kids to be on school. We need the internet to be fast enough to make sure that they all can have good enough quality of internet speed to be able to connect in their classes. And they need parents who are sitting with them a lot of the time to help them organize their work. And I just don't think the situation is sustainable for my family, as we have a lot of resources, and I'm thinking of other families who don't have access to these same resources. I have a family member who is able to come over and help with my kids. What about the parents who are both working and who do not have someone to step in and to help these kids, who do not have enough devices for their kids to be on? I'm very concerned because I keep hearing, as others have stated, whether it be from the CDC director, from Dr. Fauci, from our governor, that kids need to be in school. So I'm a little confused on the disconnect between hearing continually that it's safe for kids to be in school, and not only is it safe, that it is the safest place for them, and them continually being sent home. I have seen and heard from, my kids are K-8 currently, but I have friends who have kids who are in high school, and the high school kids are gathering, not wearing masks, having get-togethers where they're not socially distanced and monitored as they are in school. And I just can't imagine that having this continued remote learning is a better option than making sure our kids are in school through whatever the rest of this pandemic holds, because the science and the research is showing that that is the safest place for them. And finally, I want to speak. I'm currently in school to get my master's in social work, and I am doing my internship out of school, and I'm very concerned about the mental health of these students, not only the older students, but also the younger students who are taking on completely who are taking on tasks that are completely not age appropriate. We are asking our children to behave as college students when they are elementary and middle and high schooler students, and we're asking them to manage their work on their own without the support of teachers and a school setting. And they're basically functioning as college students when they are not developmentally prepared for that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Harker. Last on our list is Shaylin Christensen. Ms. Christensen, are you there? Okay, I'm just going to pause for a moment to see if there's any other speakers that we weren't able to connect with that happened to log in. Any other speakers? Okay, with that.
Can you guys hear me?
I'm sorry, yes, is this Mrs.
Oh,
Christensen?
this is Shaylin. Yeah, this is Shaylin Christensen. And I had a whole other thing that I wanted to say, but after hearing all of the parents and crying with some of them, I just want to tell all of you, thank you so much for advocating for these kids. All you parents, thank you so much for being on this call and saying all the things that I needed to say. And you guys probably said it better. So thank you. And thank you to the board for listening to us, hopefully with an open heart.
Yeah,
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen.
President Ray, I think you're still muted as you're talking.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Sorry about that. This has not been my night for technical difficulties. I do want to just echo what our last commenter said, is indeed, we do take all of these comments, perspectives, thoughts, and insights to heart. We look forward to continuing the work. There's not one of us here that doesn't have the same desire, and that is to get our kids back to in-person learning and back to some kind of sense of normalcy. But I think as you will continue to listen tonight to our interim superintendent, you will see that the decision-making process is extremely complex, and there are many things that have to be considered, and as well as your voices that we've heard tonight. So hang in there with us, continue to work with us as we continue to have the same desire that we've heard tonight, and that's to do everything that's the best possible thing we can do for our students. So thank you to all our public commenters. Next on our agenda board is the consent agenda. We have several items on the agenda, including 5 initial guarantee maximum price agreements for our capital improvement projects, thanks to our passage of 5B. So our bond dollars are clearly at work as you see this list. We also have on our consent agenda the approval of the 2020 Douglas County School District CDE Audit Accreditation Report. And just an aside note, a big, huge congratulations to our finance team for all the work that they completed to complete that task. We also have the approval of the resolution for short-term contract extensions for our teachers who will be continuing our e-learning experience for students during second semester. We also have on the consent agenda a couple of course proposals, novel adoptions, textbook adoptions, and also our superintendent search timelines. I know we had a public commenter wondering about that, and I would just refer her again to that particular item. If you click on that, you'll see very specific details about when things will happen with our superintendent search, and then also the approval of our legislative priorities. Thank you to Director Holtzman for finalizing those for us. And that completes the items on our consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Holtzman. Let's go ahead and vote. Director Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
And Ray is an aye. That passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is to approve the unofficial minutes of our agenda. I also will just make a side comment. We also had a commenter questioning whether our minutes from our work session that we had on October 25th had been recorded or published, and those minutes were actually approved 2 meetings ago and also are on our board agenda for viewing for anyone that wants to see that. So again, a motion to approve our unofficial minutes from our last meeting.
I move to approve the unofficial minutes from the last meeting.
Motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Chancho Shore. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. And that passes unanimously. So now we're ready to move on to what many are waiting to hear about, and that is from our interim superintendent, Mr. Wise, and the current plans for returning our students to in-person second semester. So Mr. Wise, welcome, good evening, and we'll turn it over to you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And, I want to echo, as we listen to all those comments, I want you to know that as we evaluate, as we look into this, we do hear you. As we look at everything, the ideas that we want to try to come across and the explanation that I want to give is working hard to get our students back in school. We are also under unprecedented times when we look at numbers, and then we also look at our sustainability rates to be able to operationalize. So I just want you to know as we go through that I do hear you, we hear you, and I try to put myself in your shoes to understand and listen as we go through this. So I want you to know this also on behalf of the board. They push to have the kids back in school. They push me, they push our staff. I can tell you firsthand that they want to have that also. So as I go through these recommendations and my plan, this is looking at our school district and looking at how we work to do this and making the recommendation to the board. So this is my and our plan as a staff as we start looking at this. If we can, I appreciate you taking time out of your night to be a part of this. I'm going to build you in a little bit as we talk about some of the things that we have learned within our school district. And this past fall, look at some of our data that we've had to go through, looking at where we're going into the spring, looking at commonalities with other school districts and our plan moving forward. If you can move to slide 2. As we start going through this, I want you to know that this is our Douglas County recommendation. This is our plan to move forward. Anytime we start to create a plan, we do take into account all perspectives. You try to listen, you try to get into where we are and what we can do, and then you have to make decisions. Through this process, we've been sharing ideas with other school districts. What's worked, what hasn't, where are we now? So as we start to look at some of these things, we are going to talk about some commonalities, because this isn't just Douglas County. We see this replicated in other districts. We see this replicated across the state, and we see it replicated, unfortunately, across the nation. That I echo what was said. This is a hard year. This is unlike any year we've ever had. And this spring, I would like to have predictability. I would love to have normalcy. But in this year of COVID, the one thing that I cannot guarantee is predictability and normalcy. As we're going to plan to be able to respond. We're going to plan to be able to adapt. And we're going to have to work through how do we provide in person at first to our most youngest and needed learners. So as we start to look at those and differentiate and even look at priorities, that's some of the things that we are facing. If you go on to slide number 3, I want you to know that in our Denver Area Superintendent Council, we also have tried to work and partner with superintendents and school districts and each of our health agencies. Dr. Douglas representing Tri-County, we've met multiple times within our superintendents groups with Tri-County. We met the other day with Tri-County and CDPHE. And when you talk about those quarantining practices, you're right, it's been difficult out there. As students are quarantined, teachers are quarantined, the shift and transition, when we had our town halls, listening to parents, listening to teachers, listening to students, I will say one commonality is that transition and shifting in and out, it is interrupting and disrupting learning. You know, when we talk about being in person, that is our priority. We do have a plan to make that happen January 5th. But I also want you to know that the reality that we will face is going to be similar to this fall, that we will unfortunately probably have to quarantine classes, quarantine schools, and transition, and that's not ideal. There's not going to be a perfect and ideal this spring. As we work together within our Denver area superintendents, we looked at a number of things this past fall. And as we started and evaluating those critical tipping points, the one thing I want to go back to is there's not a metric that works perfectly. We found that with the dashboard, and we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. We've learned and grown and continue to learn about what's working and what's not, what metrics are important. What we learned also is when we look at that positivity rate within our community, and for every 100,000, what is our tipping point that really put us over that threshold of operational sustainability? And we really found that what really got to that point in October was around 500. And that really got to the level that we could no longer sustain. The number of schools that were pushed out remote, the number of substitute positions that we could not fill. When we looked at our disinfecting crews, when we looked at the work of communications and working nights, weekends, and every day of the week, the sustainability of our operations to stay open was the reason why we had to move to remote. So as we looked at those things, we found commonality within multiple school districts. And Dr. Douglas, if you don't mind unmuting really quick, one of the things I wouldn't mind us talking about right now is that commonality is when we looked at those tipping points, it's really an operational side. Our numbers currently, last week of that 100,000 and our percent positivity was really about 933. This week, we're just a little bit over 850. So currently we're much higher than it was when we were needing to move out from being in person at elementary and hybrid at middle school and high school. But we do have a plan, even with rates right now at say 850, even if that continues into January, we do have a plan where we're going to be moving back to in person in our elementary and also at secondary with our most impacted students. Dr. Douglas, do you mind just speaking a little bit more just to clarify understanding of what that means? And then a little bit later, we're going to talk about transmission within schools and why we also feel it's important to be in school and everything else. But do you mind showing your commonalities about what you noticed in our data, what you also noticed in the other school districts' data and those tipping points of sustainability within that metric and why we're finding that metric is important to us?
Sure. This is a really important topic. I appreciate being invited to the board. I haven't gotten to join you for a while, so thanks for having me back. Yeah, I will say that there were, when we started the school year, we thought that there were going to be a lot of concerns about how safely schools could operate. The schools worked really hard in an imperfect environment to implement a cascade of prevention measures, masking, social distancing as much as feasible, ventilation, classroom size as small as possible. None of these were perfect, but taken together, they all worked really effectively. And what I didn't anticipate was just how hard the operational part was going to be. I knew when the state health department put out their quarantine guidelines, and I know where they were coming from. It was out of an abundance of caution, but I think it frankly created a circumstance that as time went on, it became increasingly apparent that you were going to have staff of all kinds in schools subject to quarantine, not because of what was happening in the schools, but because of what was happening in our community. And the schools began to carefully look at this. And overall, I think they found within a fairly tight range, 450, 500, 550, 600, that's when they began to not be able to have enough staff to run things. At that level, when the schools stopped being able to do that, their metrics of safety in the schools continued to be quite good. Levels of in-school transmission, and we're going to talk about that later, were low. And so it really was this operational issue that the interim superintendent Wise has referred to. I will say the Douglas County current numbers are higher than the 500. They are lower than 450 or 850 tonight, Corey. They're down to 830. That's good.
Yeah.
So we're certainly hoping to see that fall. But I will say that there was a very striking similarity across all of the districts in our county and the ones that I've seen in other counties such as Denver and Jefferson as well.
And I appreciate that. As we go into slide number 4, one of the things we talk about that, and I might have said positivity rate, it's an incident rate. As we look at those things of sustainability, and the incident rate is, we did find that majority of our COVID cases, we really felt did come in from the outside. We do feel like the transmission rate, as we're going to get into, was less in schools, and we'll talk about that in a second. But one of the things that obviously impacts us, and it was mentioned earlier, is that the quarantining process. And this isn't to lay blame, but I also want everyone to understand that we do have to work with Tri-County, and we choose to work with Tri-County and CDPHE. We do have to work through a quarantining process, and if we don't, we could be work through ramifications. Schools could be shut down. You want to have safe procedures. And I will say that our mitigation practices and working through our contact tracing is what helped keep us open, because it did factor into where we could keep people in school longer. We worked with individual schools to move out individual schools to be able to pool resources as much as we could with the number of schools we had, to move subs to different schools that needed it. And so I want you to know that we worked hard in this semester to keep our schools open and work individually for as long as we could within that sustainability rate. We have a task force that's been developed by the governor, and we do see clearly the push and want to be in schools. And we also agree with that push to be in schools in person. But we also are waiting on those findings. We're waiting on the quarantine processes to be tweaked and changed a little bit, and that should be happening. We should be finding out more next week. We're waiting on the governor's task force to put out recommendations, which should happen on Tuesday, and then we're waiting on those final recommendations. We've wanted to hear and work to improve how we can get teachers moved up to be vaccinated earlier to help provide even more mitigating strategies to have teachers vaccinated to do this. So as we move to slide 5, we want you to know that some of these things are impacting our current state for planning. And we have a strong plan moving forward with details that we'll be sharing, but we're also waiting for some of these crucial decisions to make sure that we know the implications and what we're going to have to prepare for. So as we start to look at this plan of moving forward, and we move into slide number 6, our work is that we will be ready to be back in person at the elementary level 5 days a week, Tuesday, January 5th, as our normal school days are. January 4th is a teacher workday. We'll be planning and preparing and transitioning. So our PK elementary schools, we are working to have them in person 5 days a week. we also are working to have our most impacted and at risk at the secondary level. So middle school and high school kids that are most impacted, that also are at risk, we will be bringing into our schools 4 days a week. And if you go into the next slide, please. We're also looking at, not only are we looking at the impacted students at the middle school and high school level, we have a plan within our alternative schools, our specialty schools, our programs, and DC Support Center. So our priority and to differentiate is to work first towards our youngest learners and our most impacted. The reality is, with our numbers at 830, which I'm glad they keep going down a little bit, and let's hope that they keep going down for January. Our tipping point earlier on, when we had our elementary full in person and our middle school and high school hybrid, was right around that 500 mark. If we're at 830, we have to go back to say, what can we see, what can we function with and sustain to be open operationally? Okay, so operationally means is it's not all just on the safety factors, it's also the ability to do this. So if we go into slide number 8, what are the things in which we've done to reallocate, prepare, cross-train? Obviously, what we've learned from this fall and what we've done right now is to say, what were those tipping points? I explained to some of those. And I want to thank all the parents. We have close to 80 new substitute positions that we're processing to be ready for January. These are mainly from our parents and our community. We've asked to have more, and we keep getting new parents applying and new community members applying to be substitute teachers. We need that. Please keep applying. We've worked to reallocate and hire more nurses. If, as we are saying, we have middle school and high school start off remote, we will be using those secondary level resources to help flood our elementary level services. Our quarantine tracing, our school nursing work, our communications can all be supported within our feeder area. We'll have classified groups that can cross-train to help pull rosters, to help with right communications, send communications, to help disinfect. So not only are we hiring new positions, we're also expanding our cross-training and helping to pool those resources at the elementary. And the reason why this is so important is that if we're going to do this well, and if our number is higher, we need to have more resources to successfully do this. As was stated earlier and what I heard in town halls, that transitioning in and out, and if we have to push out to remote, is not good either. If we're going to be in person, how do we sustain this and keep our elementary open? If we have too many, and that means if we have another level of middle school, I worry that we won't be able to sustain and maintain, and that might impact our ability to stay open in person. We might have to push out. So my recommendation is that we build our most impacted and our youngest learners and provide stability, safety, and in-person learning. Measure and evaluate that over time, and then look to bring back middle school at the hybrid level. And if we start to bring middle school back and we sustain that over time, then we start to bring high school back in a hybrid level. And I think that's the most sustainable and successful way. Now, as I talked about the Denver area superintendents, there's a sharing of ideas, and there's commonality in this, in that we'd all understand our tipping points out because it all became very similar as we looked at that data. And I think as we start to notice that data, that there's going to be that commonality of really trying to get back at our elementary level. So this work isn't just in isolation of Douglas County School District. It's going to have commonality amongst metro area school districts, because in reality, this is what we are able to accomplish and what we are planning to accomplish well. But what I can't guarantee is, where are those numbers going to be? How many more classes and schools are we going to push out? What would that look like? And how do we all maintain? When's the right time to bring back middle school and high school? These are complicated answers, which we're trying to create some metrics and show our planning. But even in that, we have to understand this is an ever-changing environment. It's not predictable, and we're going to have to be ready to respond. If we go on to slide 9, please. As I said, we're working on getting more of the changes that are coming out from the governor, from the task force, and also from CDPHE then to Tri-County to us. The positives that we're hearing is that we're going to work to get new quarantine practices and targeted quarantine, no matter what color we are in. So the new color with purple, red, orange, all the way down, would do quarantine practices that we can hopefully use at the elementary level, which will help. But we're waiting for those to be finalized and put in place so we can use. We fully expect that to be ready for January. But we need to continue to work on what is our process and how do we continue to remind to keep the healthy standards going, wearing our masks. How do we work on wearing now even more effective masks and keep that moving forward? Washing hands, sanitizing, not coming to school when you have any of the symptoms. That if you are feeling ill, stay home and we'll help you get caught up and we'll connect you and build you back. To get testing. You know, we'd love to get more testing going. We're working with outlets to try to do that. But we're also running into, is that operational? What can happen? And everyone's trying to make that work for all of our schools. And if that can increase, we want to build that in with more testing. The new quarantine practices, we are hoping will go from 14 days to 10 days. There's even a possibility that if students who are quarantined on day 5 or 6 and are not symptomatic, that they could take a COVID test, and if negative, then have the possibility of coming back at day 7. So decreasing the amount of time in quarantine with asymptomatic or no symptoms, and also a negative test. But these are things that we're still waiting to hear to then hopefully then be able to implement. I also want to say, I think I'd ask each of you and each of our community and staff and everyone else to reach out to the governor, reach out to the task force, ask and request that our teachers get vaccinated sooner. I don't want to take others off of that priority list, but I'd like to add the opportunity to get our teachers and staff vaccinated. Let's hope that this positive piece of the vaccinations, because we're hearing great things about the support that it gives and the protection that it gives. And I think that's a fantastic thing. And when vaccination are available and accessible, that's a game changer. That means school can be back on and the availability of it. And so I think those are the things that I also want you to know that we're working on, but we also don't have all the control. And we hear not only the positive of the vaccinations and starting, but also the limitations of accessibility and numbers that we have to work through to provide school. If you go on to slide 10, please. As we start looking at the middle school and high school timeline, and if you move to slide 11. So obviously, as I start to say, we're going to have elementary back in person. I know we have some that are happy, and we also have some that are not happy with that. I also know in saying that we'll be starting middle school and high school in a remote setting and building them back in over time. The questions are, what does that look like? We're going to have to evaluate that and look at the measures over time. We're going to have to look at how well at the elementary level with our increased substitute teachers are we able to do that. Amanda, if you don't mind coming on, I want to talk a little bit about what we've done to increase the number of student teachers, but then also the reality that many want to say when you have a sub teacher in the class, what's their role? What are they able to do? And the idea that you can always match up a substitute teacher that is, if we have a fifth grade class that's quarantined, the ability to always match that you have an elementary teacher who knows that content area and everything else, versus we have a teacher who's at home who might be quarantined, or a class that's quarantined and a teacher at school, providing that education and the supervision of that. So Amanda, do you mind talking a little bit about the sub, our increased processing of substitute teachers, and also a little bit on the pay and the ways in which we've tried to incentivize, but where we are currently with substitutes?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Wise, for the opportunity to provide some important updates. So yes, we have been diligently focusing on the expediting of hiring additional subs. Our sub pool is well over 600 at this point, and we continue to hire daily. We will never say that we have enough subs. So we encourage our community. We thank them, first of all, for continuing to apply to be subs, but we encourage our community to continue to consider to do so to make an impact in a positive manner in our classrooms. With that, we are currently processing over 70 hires in the next, this week and next week. So we'll have 70 subs that are new subs that are going to be onboarded and ready to start in January. So please know that we have various levels of authorization. So we have those in our sub pool that currently have their active teaching license. Those would be our amazing retired teachers who have continued on as subs. And then we have those that have a 5-year authorization, which are those who used to have their their teaching license, and they have teaching experience and are going to continue to help us sub. We have people with a bachelor's degree, so our 3-year sub authorizations. And then we have our 1-year sub authorizations in partnership with the Colorado Department of Education through their sub authorization program this year in response to our COVID sub vacancy needs across the state. So when you do apply to be a sub, you want to make sure that you're also applying one in our HR department, and we are streamlining easy ways to find that access, and we're here to support you and navigate through that. That requires a background check, and also through CDE. They have their processes as well, so you have to be vetted through CDE as well. I know that it may feel like a lot to our people applying, but we just want you to know and understand that it is important to have the very best people in front of our students and ensuring that they have the best support possible. So we are expediting all of those processes as much as we can. Know that there are times in which we have someone who will be more like a monitor in the classroom. So while the teacher is teaching remotely, the monitor will help ensure that students are engaged, helping to solidify understanding and check in with students as the teacher teaches remotely. And then we have those that are actually teaching in a remote manner. The subs would be with students remotely, and that is dependent upon quarantine levels and things like that of students. We are providing those trainings to ensure that our subs not only understand the safety and cleaning and et cetera, safety protocols for our students and to keep everyone safe, including themselves, but also we are providing those platforms so that when our subs come in, they totally they have that access and understanding of how to use our various learning platforms. If there are any other needs that our subs have that we are not considering, please let us know. We want to work with our professional development department to help that happen. We also, I just want to make sure that everyone understands between now and the beginning of the year, we had the blessing of utilized CARES funding and ensuring that we could increase our sub rate in order to attract additional subs and help during this temporary crisis time. Our CARES funds are nearing their end, and so we are no longer able to keep that elevated rate for our subs at $200 a day, but we are going to, as of January 1, ensure that we are remaining fiscally responsible in partnership with our finance department, and we are going to have rates that are still competitive with the metro area. So we've done some studying and research, and we'll be able to finalize those rates soon. Know that with you'll be able to expect that we have a retiree sub rate, a super sub rate, and a daily sub rate. So we'll be sure to publish those as soon as those are soon finalized. And just know that HR, we are here to support you. And I would encourage all of our subs who are currently in our system to revisit what your preferences are. Our preferences such as what days you prefer to sub, what schools you prefer to sub at. Depending upon what kind of posture for schooling that we have, we will need you to consider to look at those preferences in the subsystem to ensure our subsystem is calling you. And so, for example, if you have that you only want high school, well, for elementary in person, then you would need to make sure that you're marking that. So again, we're here to navigate and support with you, but just it might be a good time for all of our subs to double check what their preferences are. Mr. Wise, back to you.
So as we start continue to look at what are those things that we're going to use to evaluate, as we talked about those tipping points, and our numbers are higher, we're pulling our resource to the elementary level. We're going to have to take a little time and over that process, take a look at that incident rate report of 100,000. I would say to move into bringing middle school back hybrid, we'd like to be closer to that 650 mark. So when you say our tipping point was about 500 when we had elementary and then middle school and high school, We're at 830 coming back, and let's just use that as a number right now. One of the things that we'd like to look at, and this is not set in stone, this is one of the measures, okay? We all want a metric that's exact. We've learned there's not a metric that's exact. But if we had to predict out a little bit and say, if we then take on more, we're stable, we're doing well, we're handling the elementary level, and we get to that 650 mark or close to, maybe that's the time to which we transition the middle school back. And remember, when we look at those marks, you try to sustain that over 2 weeks. Now, these are examples. Anytime I give specifics and give a metric, sometimes we think that it's set in stone. But I think these are good indicators in which we'll use to look at our ability to take on more. We need to do a phased approach. What we don't want to do is come back full and then have to tip back out as a district. So we want to make sure that we can do this successfully, and that phased approach is what we're recommending and building upon this plan for our readiness. We're going to work on continuing that PPE, those KN95 masks, encouraging and wearing those. Looking at the shields, reminding kids to have masks and wear those masks. What are our behaviors that are happening in the community to where we can hopefully make sure that we stay safe and slow down the spread? And I will say, I agree, and we've stated many times that we do believe the transmission within our schools is very low. Dr. Tucker, I might ask if, or Dr. Douglas, I might ask if you might share a little bit more as we talked about the transmission pieces within our schools. And I will agree, I think our schools are safer. I think kids are safer in controlled spaces, and our schools are controlled spaces. So how we keep the health mitigation factors on top of those tipping points to keep that level and decrease that level is going to be critical. And if those levels are higher in our community, how can we keep them from being in our school? And we want to continue having those low transmission rates. So Dr. Douglas, we talked a little bit about all of our data and data across our districts and the transmission within schools. And I do feel that as we come back and what's the safety protocols, that even while numbers are high, our transmission within schools builds a safety piece that this is a reasonable and safe recommendation to come back in person and really look at our youngest learners and our most impacted.
Yeah, I would agree that the safety factors you've outlined really have been surprisingly effective. And this isn't just something we've seen in the metro area. You could say maybe that's an accident or a one-off. It's being seen in schools across the country that are measuring what's happening. It's being seen internationally. We've actually seen situations in other developed countries, Western Europe, Canada, where schools have been continued to stay open despite very high levels of community transmission, partly because they've continued to be so safe. I would say the metric the schools have been using, and it takes a lot of effort on their part. I want to say that we would like as a health department to do all the work that Corey has mentioned regarding contact tracing and whatnot, but there's no way we could do that if the schools didn't really play the major role. Of looking, I think probably the most effective metric has been looking at those persons who've been identified as being exposed, and that's usually identified as those that have been asked to quarantine themselves, and what percent of those become infected. The schools have done a good job of tracking on that. Undoubtedly, it's impacted by not everybody being tested, but the data has been quite consistent across the district that among both students who are quarantined as well as teachers, that rate's been quite low. Two other things convince me that that's probably measuring reality and not an artifact of measurement. One is that there's not an increase in that rate over time as we see community rates increasing. And I think if there was, if we were missing something and there was leakage, if you will, happening, we'd be seeing as community rates go up, those sort of rates go up as well. And the third factor I think we'd be seeing is age-related increases in rates of cases among people in school age groups. We've looked very closely at that, and while school age kids rates have gone up, they actually haven't gone up as fast as people in older age groups, and they have not really seen anything that looks like a trajectory that would suggest school-based transmission. So none of that's perfect, but I think when you triangulate in-school transmission is measured by percent positive quarantine, the lack of a trajectory, the lack of age-related increases, and experience from other countries and other states, I think we get a pretty strong message that the work that the schools have been doing, even with high levels of community transmission, has resulted in, what the governor may be exaggerating a little bit to say that schools are the safest place on the planet. That's not a direct quote, but he sort of said something like that. But I think I'm quite in close agreement with that judgment that they have really turned out to be very safe as long as the practices that Douglas County's been doing get continued.
Thank you. And, I think it's that fine line between safe and safety mitigation, and then also quarantining and that ability to operationalize. And that's part of the reason why we want to really focus our resources to be able to do this well. We can do a lot of things. We want to make sure we do this well. So as we started talking, I think as we look at that capacity of staff to handle the increased loads, to take on more, we're going to want to build and get feedback of our readiness of schools and principals and teachers. We're going to want to make sure that we listen to those things and we're set. We're going to have to adjust to ADA requests of our staff and make sure that we have people. Amanda talked about our working with our substitute teachers who are licensed. That way, if we need to have others step in, that we have that ability to take on those roles and those positions. As we move to slide number 12, one of the things that we also want to make sure that we talk about. With this recommendation, I understand that middle school and high school would be remote for a while. I understand we're starting out that way, and that's none of our ideals. We want everyone to be in person. We want everyone to be in person and have a normal semester. I echo that. I want that. We all want that. But in all reality, they'll be able to do that and say that we're in a regular normal year. That's still not the case. And even with vaccinations, we're going to have to continue to wear our masks. We're going to have to continue to practice mitigation strategies, because as we start to see the vaccinations come in, we won't be able to have everyone get it right away. We don't control that timeline. So we're going to have to adjust and continue this throughout the semester of those strong things that we've been doing and will continue to do. But I'll also say we've done some great things in our remote and hybrid setting. As we transitioned over, I do feel that there are some strengths, and we're going to accentuate those and build upon those at the middle school and high school level. So I'd like to ask our executive director of schools, Danelle Hyatt, Ian Wells, and Danny Windsor, to talk a little bit about some of the work that has been happening. What we are working with principals and teachers at all levels, but especially the middle school, high school level in preparation. And then I'd also after that ask Nancy Ingalls to talk about those mental health supports and practices of our counselors in mental health and all of our staff and employees to share some of those practices that we will be ensuring as we move into January with the remote learners in our secondary schools.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. We appreciate it. I think first and foremost, obviously, we want to just thank, our amazing staff, for the work they've been doing. Our front office staff to teaching and certified staff, counselors, mental health administrators, our families and students have just done an incredible amount of work. And so we spent a lot of time obviously partnering, with all those stakeholders to ensure we're engaging our students and really trying to ensure we're systematically supporting them and intentionally engaging them. From an engagement strategy, even thinking about going into next semester, but also learning from what we've done, we, again, from an engagement strategy standpoint, in a remote learning environment, our secondary schools will be trying to monitor and run weekly grade reports to identify students' participation in engagement classes. We currently have schools that are doing this through Canvas, Infinite Campus, and Google Classroom to ensure we're engaging with our students. Schools also going into next semester are looking at building schedules with an access time and an independent learning day within a remote learning and hybrid schedules to proactively support our students, especially those that are struggling. That designated access time and intervention time will help our students and all students kind of balancing that collision between balancing academics and the social emotional support that's there, and really balancing that synchronous and asynchronous workload that is there. Our schools have been setting up group sessions and meeting with them virtually as well. And we've also been able to use community resources through Jan Landing's office, in particular through our EARS grant, which allows us to focus on doing things through mentoring and tutoring, which is happening on a weekly basis. We also have schools that are utilizing EAs to support at-risk students, whether that's individually or as far as in grade levels. And we also have some things that are fun going on, where we have schools that are looking at building in different group times, whether it's developing clubs and time where they're doing trivia, to anime, to baking, to even eating lunch with pets. I think they're being as creative as possible. And so really proud of sense of what our schools are doing. And I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Danelle Hyatt, to share some more of these amazing things that our schools are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Windsor. Thank you, Mr. Wise and the board. I'll just share some extensions off of what has already been shared in regards to how we are engaging our students and what's really working. Our schools have processes around communication set up between teachers, mental health teams, and our counseling teams to connect on a regular basis when they identify that there are students that aren't showing up for class, or they're seeing some behaviors in students where they're noticing struggles. We have systems in place in each of our schools so our teachers can communicate those concerns and issues to our counseling team, and they can follow up with our parents. Our administrators are involved with that as well. And that's really helping us to ensure that all of our students are engaged and really intervene when we notice that students are struggling. Our administrators are regularly in virtual classrooms. They love the opportunity to connect with kids. Kids love seeing them. But in one school in particular, Mesa Middle School, right after the Thanksgiving break, the administrators made sure they were in each and every classroom, and they noticed which students were not in attendance. They did that so that they could make immediate phone calls home to parents so that they didn't have any patterns of in attendance begin right when the transition to remote learning started. And I thought that was a great example of one of the ways our schools really trying to ensure that kids are starting off on the right track. As Mr. Windsor mentioned, many of our schools at the secondary level in particular are rethinking schedules. Many of them have implemented new schedules so that they have daily interactions with their students. Many of our schools have surveyed their parent communities, their staff communities, and to get feedback on what is working for their kids. And they are trying to embed that feedback into some scheduling designs going into second semester so that they have more consistent access to kids, which might look a little bit different than the hybrid 2 days of synchronous, 2 days of asynchronous learning. They're really finding that daily synchronous learning for kids with a modified or a block schedule really helps to keep students engaged. As Mr. Windsor said, our schools are thinking very creatively about the traditions in their school events this time of year. And we heard this on the student town hall last evening, where students are challenged with not having performing arts and school performances. And there was a middle school teacher at Castle Rock Middle today, Brenda Romanella, who was working with her small group of students so that they could have their choir performance. It looks different this year, but they're trying to continue to engage students, especially in their areas of passion and strength, so that they continue to have that strong desire to pursue learning in those areas. Our teachers, our leaders are working in many respects harder than they ever have before. They're rethinking how they're doing things. There have been many challenges. There have been some successes. There have been some failures. But what I admire about our leaders and our teachers is they are collaborating with each other to identify strategies that help to engage and support our kids. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Wells to share a few other examples of that in the Highlands Ranch region.
Well, I appreciate Board of Directors and Mr. Wise for having me this evening. I will echo much of what my colleagues have said. I don't need to repeat some of the stories. We've had some really wonderful things. We've had some schools trying very hard to make things as normal as possible. But right now, when it's a time to showcase your school and have an opportunity, it can be pretty tricky virtually. Highlands Ranch High School put together a virtual showcase for their staff. Bear Canyon Elementary is putting a virtual talent show together as we speak. Not to mention some pretty wonderful, innovative and creative exercises are happening. Cougar Run Elementary has done a cooking club for years with their SSN program, and they've figured out a way to collaborate and partner with families to do the cooking club on a weekly basis virtually. I would agree with what Mr. Windsor said at the very beginning, which is our staff and our administrators are truly doing a wonderful job trying to make it through a very crazy time. Taking our industry, flipping it upside down and doing everything they can to meet the needs of kids. We appreciate you letting us share some of those highlights, and I will turn it over to Nancy Ingalls.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Our counselors and mental health providers are committed to the priority of student engagement and really fostering connectedness and creating opportunities for students for social emotional learning. Our school counselors at all schools at all levels have worked hard all year to create virtual spaces for students where they can connect with each other and connect with adults. From school to school and region to region, it may look a little different because every school personalizes how they do this and what activities they do, tailoring to the needs of their community. So I have several examples here. At the elementary level, you'll see many counselors and administrators doing read alouds with students, either through Google Meets or even on Facebook Live. There are some movie activities where counselors are getting groups of kids together, maybe before school, to watch movies together. Mr. Windsor mentioned the virtual clubs that are emerging. This is happening at our middle schools and high schools, and also in our e-learning program. They have a variety of clubs available for our e-learners. Many of our schools still conduct whole school assemblies virtually. And last week you saw a wonderful example of that from Redstone Elementary, where they did their Leader in Me assemblies virtually. Many of our schools also continue their kindness campaigns that they've been doing over time, and they're doing this virtually. In our high schools, our counselors are reaching out and surveying all students, asking them questions about their well-being. And if there are any concerns expressed by students, the counselor immediately follows up. Our counselors in all of our schools do targeted groups based on the needs of their students in their school. So some examples of those types of groups could be friendship groups, lunch bunches, groups about coping with anxiety or dealing with divorce in your family, just some examples. Our teachers, counselors, and mental health providers are delivering social emotional learning lessons both synchronously and asynchronously. These professionals have worked together since the summer to organize and share these resources with each other, and so they're very well equipped with resources to do this social emotional learning instruction. One important aspect of student engagement is working with parents as partners. And so the parent engagement activities that our schools and our counselors promote are really important. In the last week alone, I think that we've had 5 different parent engagement activities. And one excellent example that I wanted to point out is that last night, the Highlands Ranch High School feeder hosted a parent engagement session with Dr. Sipers on dealing with anxiety. But prior to that session, they sent their parents in the feeder a video that was created with school counselors throughout the feeder and some of their administrators. And this video was for parents and very comprehensive, talking with parents about how to support students in remote learning. They talked about establishing routines, checking in with kids, using calming techniques, understanding which warning signs to pay attention to, what to do if a parent has concerns, and then of course, what community resources are available. Our high schools have continued to make college fairs available virtually, and the large apprenticeship fair that was planned for the spring will still happen, and it'll be virtual. When we think about our students at risk, our Student Assistance Department, led by Dr. Jan Lanning, has worked very hard partnering with schools and teams to provide some important resources for e-learners and students in remote learning. They've established a tutoring center where students can access additional tutoring if needed. And they've implemented a program where home visits are conducted for students who are not attending classes remotely. We have 70 people committed to conducting these home visits, and 50 of them are counselors. They work in teams and they go visit students who aren't attending. They make a connection and then put a plan in place for students to re-engage. And then finally, our emerging bilingual students, our English learners, also have access to an ELD tutoring center that is an additional resource for them. Mr. Wise?
Yeah. First off, I just want to say thank you for sharing a lot of what's happening. And thank you for also, the reason why we say this is not to say that everything's perfect, because we do know remote is hard, and this is a hard semester that we've gone through and a hard finish. If you can go back to slide number 13, in this reality though, you heard also the appreciation of all the work our teachers and schools are doing. It's a collective approach. I'm going to say this again to the audience. Part of the reason why we're sharing this is because this school board is pushing all of us to make sure that we're tending to our kids. They want us in school. We want to be in school, but I want to be real with you of what are our true abilities and what can we sustain? And that is not to make excuses. We are not the only one in this spot. In fact, we made it through to Thanksgiving before we had to push out remote, and other school districts didn't. It's not a competition, but it's a reality that we're all facing. We want to be in school. We're going to be open for our elementary and our most impacted. And we have a plan for how we can build back others. And we need to partner. And the one of the things I ask of you, even in these times where you're frustrated, upset, and everything else, I do appreciate everything that all of you are doing at home. To be a parent and educate your kids, to balance your own lives, your work. I know you've taken on more. I know this has been tough when you talk about the mental health and you hear that we have a plan on mental health. I hear you about the parent who has a senior. In fact, our high school principals today are discussing what this semester can look like for all of their students, and in particular, seniors. This is a tough year to be a senior. And we want to make it as good as possible. And they're working on plans no matter what the circumstance to build that in. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be normal right now. But we and I value that. And I'm going to tell you, the board pushes me to make sure we ensure this. And that's their job. And all the teachers out there, there's uneasiness, there's excitement, there's worry. We need to be one as a community, as a district. We need to work to be one and come together in this time. Work through these struggles, persevere. It's not going to be perfect, but I will tell you, even when you wonder what's happening, the work is real to try to make this accomplish this and come back. But this year's terrible. COVID's not fun and it's real, but we also understand schools are the safest place, but we also have to make sure that in all of the practices and everything that we have to run through, we're a very large school district. Can we stay open, and how are we going to stay open? This plan is to move forward, being in person for our youngest learners, our most impacted. And then if you look at this piece, as we start to get more recommendations, here are things that I told you we're going to measure to be able to come back. And this is our tentative targets of when. This can change. Hopefully it's sooner. But as we start looking at those measures, we want to use the January 19th Board of Ed meeting to share out, where are we? What have we measured? Are we sustaining? And we look at that possible return of middle school and hybrid in person in the time frame of, say, January 25th to February 1st. As we then bring middle school back and we sustain and we show success and we show the ability to take on more, we want to use the February 6th board meeting tentatively to measure and evaluate and be willing to take on more for the possible return of high school February 22nd or March 1st. Now, anytime we throw out dates, there's perception that this is set in stone. This is our target. as I said earlier, we want you to have enough detail. We want you to know planning. We want you to know that we put a lot of time and effort individually as a school district, but also with Tri-County Health, with CDPHE, and with neighboring school districts. We have representation of school districts on the task force. They're getting our feedback, and we're pushing hard to help us get in strategies to be able to come back sooner. And I think you're going to hear in the upcoming days and weeks that many school districts have similar plans, because reality, that the sustaining and the operational side is very real, on top of the health mitigation side. So I want to talk a little bit more about where we are with the metrics, because as we said, this scorecard and trying to work through some of these things, we know that they have limited success. So I'd ask Mr. Matt Reynolds if he'll jump to slide 14 and 15 to really start the discussion on what does this mean as we start to assess our critical data and really looking at what we've learned from that piece and where we need to move forward.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Wise, and thank you, Board of Education, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I also want to thank Dr. Douglas yet again for the continued partnership and helping us work through the metrics and providing us additional context for this data. This is our reopening framework data. These are the components. You'll see that there are some subtle and some not so subtle changes to how we're looking at the data. As Mr. Wise and Dr. Douglas has talked about previously, the amount of learning that we have done this fall regarding our own metrics and understanding more in terms of how the virus is actually impacting our ability to be able to operate a school effectively and efficiently has been a learning curve. And the metrics that you see before you, A through E, are part of the caution metrics that Tri-County provides all of the different counties that they oversee. A few of the different things that you'll see, two things that we've done very subtly is we've added the dial dashboard, and we've also added the level indicator at the top. What we do know is as we move through the different colors of the dial, there are different restrictions that we have to work our way through, namely quarantining procedures. Now, just a few weeks ago, they did change their quarantine procedures yet again, and we anticipate that those quarantine procedures may change in the future, just in response to CDC. All of those really have an impact on our ability to maintain operations of our school. Two of the indicators on here that we have been paying attention to real closely is A and C. So those are things that I'm going to get to when I get to the graphs. Another not so subtle change that you're going to see with our work with this data set is instead of assigning point values to each of these data points, we're now taking a holistic approach to looking at all the data points inclusive of our operational data. Our operational data is something that really is impactful for our ability to be able to continue to offer education to our children. Next slide, please. Here is the caution metrics for schools, and the dial metrics is provided by Tri-County Health. This is the source of the data that we use to create our own dashboard and our other color schemes along with each of those metrics. As Mr. Wise and Dr. Douglas had pointed out earlier, our 2-week cumulative incidence rate right now is over 800. It continues to trend in the right direction as of the last few weeks. I believe this is from the 8th. We're now at 830. That's a good sign for us because it keeps declining, but it far exceeds that dial threshold that they have at 350. We've also seen, as Mr. Wise spoke, that operationally, when we hit 500 and above, it became very difficult for us to operate, because if that incidence rate is in our community, our schools are part of the community, it's going to be in our schools. And so because of that, we saw an increase of the quarantining procedures, which really made it difficult for us to continue to operate schools full. The one thing that is nice on this snapshot is you can see the overall trend, but you can also see that our 2-week change over time is in the green category. Not sure why it didn't appear on this refresh, but it's a negative percentage, which is great news for us. That means it's got a negative slope. Next slide, please. Another metric, C is another one, which is our positivity rate. I know the state health department, when we spoke to them the other day, they're focused on that metric of being around 10%. So working together with the cumulative incidence rate and positivity are two metrics that we do pay attention to. The hospitalization is something that's on the Dial dashboard. Again, that's in the green category, and our 2-week incident rates for youth ages 5 to 18 continues to be in a green category. That is something that for us is great news. That's looking forward to time in January. If this trend continues, that's really good news for us to be able to maintain operations of our schools. The bottom chart, you can see that the incidence rate for ages 5 to 18, we are continuing to be in the high range of over 300 and 400. So that's something that we'll continue to monitor as well. Next slide, please. This is information that we continue to follow up. This is from our State Department. The last time we introduced this idea of a purple color, as the task force meets and discusses different options for us on how we respond, we're anxiously awaiting to see how they issue their guidance, and then in return, how not only CDPHE, but also Tri-County Health working with them to partner in order to make sure that we're implementing all of their guidance while maintaining safety for our students and for our staff. With that, Corey, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Matt. Last things I want to share. We have always worked hard to make quality decisions and own our quality decisions. In this, though, we don't operate individually. We have shared ideas with this group of superintendents. We work together to find our commonalities. And in a coalition group effort, it's not that we want to do the same thing, but we're finding commonalities and sharing best practice. We talked about coming back, say, K2, K3, and sharing with other superintendents that did that and said, you know what, if we had to do it over again, we would not do it. We recommend doing it all of elementary. That's part of the reason why we have our recommendation where it is listen to others, partnering with others, sharing ideas with others to come up with the best plan, a plan that's going to be able to sustain, trying to work to differentiate, but also prioritize our youngest learners and our most needed. But then also to say, how are we going to work to build back our middle school and our high school students as quickly as possible? As data shifts, as our sustainability shows that it holds strong and our readiness prevails, we're going to work to bring middle schools and high schools back. I gave you some ideas of timelines. If we can be back earlier, we will. But we also need to make sure that we can adapt and respond. And we don't know what the spring holds. We don't know what January 5th will hold, but we're going to have our elementaries and our most impacted students back in person and then pool our resources so we can do this safely. And we want to sustain over time. We want to build in the vaccines to where once that happens, that helps. So how do we sustain out to that point and build everyone back as quickly as possible and maintain that? That's really our goal. And with this coalition, to the board, I would like you to one, in a second year, ask us questions. And then we'd also like to ask you for your support in our plan moving forward. And on Tuesday, as the governor comes out, I would like to be able to communicate out even further where our plan is and our needs of the task force and governor after we hear more. And not only as a school district, but also neighboring school districts to send equally that need. And I think when we represent ourselves in numbers, maybe we have more influence and more impact because we need our help. When I talk about one, it's not just our schools and teachers. It's one as a whole community, and it's one in a metro area to see what we can do to make a difference and influence and make things happen. So those would be the things that I want to present, that I want you to be able to know our details and then be able to ask us questions. Dr. Douglas had to jump off for 1 second, and he'll be coming back anytime. In fact, I think he just joined us. Thank you, Dr. Douglas. And so we want to open up to all of you to ask us questions, please.
All right, Mr. Wise, thank you, and all other staff who presented. I do want to make sure we out of respect to Dr. Douglas's time, let's begin there, board. If there's questions you have for Dr. Douglas, let's ask those first, and then we can move more into the logistics. And I'm just going to lead off. And first of all, thank you, Dr. Douglas, for the hours and hours and hours that you spend with districts and other entities. I want to go back, though, to the whole quarantine issue that you talked about. And one thing I also want to just thank you for is just the acknowledgement of the operational piece was one thing that Tri-County Health and other agencies didn't really anticipate the ripple effect of that. Because I really think that the quarantine piece is probably one of the most difficult pieces for us to overcome, quite honestly. So help me understand, you said that when we quarantine, that there's a low incidence of kids getting sick who are quarantined, and that was a good thing. I guess the devil's advocacy in me says, if they're not getting sick when they're quarantined, why didn't we just keep them at school, quarantine the sick, keep the kids, even if they've been exposed or it looks like they were close to being exposed, don't disrupt them, keep them in school, because it doesn't seem like when they're being quarantined that we have a high incidence of those kids getting sick. So help me reconcile that a little bit, if you would.
Sure. So it's all about trade-offs, David. And let me say, first of all, maybe I overstated, we didn't appreciate your operational problems. We actually pushed back on the state health department's guidance a lot when they issued it in August. In fact, we said we were just going to go rogue and develop our own guidance that was going to be different. And then that was sort of deemed to be too revolutionary. So they made some modifications, and we got a commitment that they would revisit their guidance in September, which they did. And they came in with not the abolition of quarantine, but a more targeted quarantine, meaning that classes where there were seating assignments and folks were wearing masks, not everybody en masse had to be quarantined, but just those within proximity. But I still, even with targeted quarantine, I know it's been challenging for you guys. So why bother with all this stuff? It's all statistical trade-offs in terms of both biologic reality as well as perceptions of safety. And what I mean by that is that it is a small fraction, especially in a setting where people are maybe in assigned seats and not moving around too much and hopefully wearing masks. We think masks are probably, 50, 60% effective in preventing transmission. And so masks have ended up, if we can get them to be used, more and more effective. I think that's one reason. I mean, I think it's unlikely that any public health entity, from the CDC to the state health department to us, really is going to give up on quarantine at all. I mean, there are just too many circumstances where it can be important, even though I don't disagree with your diminishing returns question. And, how many people do you have to penalize to save, to prevent one or two people? Honestly, I do think the quarantine work probably has helped there to be fewer outbreaks. And an outbreak is defined as multiple cases in a school or a classroom within a 14-day time period. And I think the question is, how can this best be fine-tuned? And so, as Corey said, CDC has said we're going to reduce. We still think 14 is perfect or the best. We realize that's really tough to accomplish. We're going to cut it back to 10. And if you get tested at 5 to 6 and you're negative, then it can be 7. Now, I want to quickly note the state health department still has the former quarantine guidance embedded in their school requirements or school guidelines. They're called school guidelines, but they are requirements. They have the force of public health order in them. And we're really working hard to say, come on, guys, let's get this fixed fast so we can get down to the shorter time frame. I think with the shorter guidelines and the targeted quarantine, meaning just selected people in a classroom, to me is a way of trying to fine tune that. And I don't want to be completely blasé that it doesn't matter what's happening in the community. There's no way it can spill over into the school. I think it can. I mean, if you tell me the rate's 5,000 on January 1st as opposed to 830, am I going to tell you that doesn't matter at all in terms of intra-school transmission? No. So I think there is, you know, some balancing that we need to try to get to, but that's the reason for that. So yeah, and if it's only 1% or less than 1%, can we further fine tune it? And can actually you guys help us come up with some observations, not you guys as the board, but Corey and his staff, that might allow us to lobby more readily with the state health department. So I don't know, maybe I sound like I'm dancing around, but those are the kind of things I think about as I try to consider those issues.
Thanks. Director Chancha-Shore, go ahead.
Dr. Douglas, as you work with other school districts, have you been able to identify some school districts or operational systems that have done some fine tuning, and you would be able to pass that on to us as information that would benefit us and help us keep more schools open?
It's a really good question. I don't have any terrifically fantastic things to share. I guess one thing I would share is that it has seemed to me that particularly for the adults, in-person meetings have more commonly than I would have thought been associated with transmission among teachers. That's certainly something when we dug into the Cherry Creek data, which I've dug into probably more than any other district, seemed to be a factor, that they were being discouraged, but people are human beings and they want to get together. And I don't know whether mask wearing kind of didn't work so well or not, but that is one observation, that frankly, we're all Zooming tonight. And if our adults can avoid being in the same room together and when it's in an indoor setting, I think that could be important. I guess the other thing is that some of the reason I think some of the schools have been able to operationally work at a higher community incidence rate is frankly having a deeper bench. So I don't really know. And what I mean by that is staff who can fill in. And you guys sound like you have a very ambitious approach to identifying community members who can help as substitutes, which I haven't heard from other districts, which doesn't mean it's not happening, but I think that's something that could provide not so much a safety issue, but a operational enhancement, just because you've got more people to try to help you get through a tough spot.
Directors, other questions? Director Holtzman, go ahead, and then Director Hansen. And then Director Long, I see your hand as well. Director Holtzman, go ahead.
Thank you everyone for the presentation, and thank you, Dr. Douglas, for being here. My question is for you. What I keep hearing over and over is that the quarantines were really caused, not so much what was happening within our schools, it was caused from things happening in our community and COVID positive people coming into our schools. So what can we tell our community that would be helpful? In other words, kind of following up on what Director Chancha-Shore said, where is transmission happening in our community? What should our community members be avoiding to help us keep that incidence rate low enough so that we can be operational and provide effective instruction?
Sure. Really important question. Let me give a couple of caveats. Let me offer one definitional term and then a couple of caveats. When David talked about people getting sick, being quarantined, the term isolation and quarantine is very confusing. People think about it. So isolation is when you're sick and quarantine is when you've been exposed. But just because we may use those words, just be sure you guys understand them. Secondly, another caveat, we of course cannot tell with any degree of absolute certainty where a given case acquired their infection. So we look at trends in the population and we draw general conclusions from it, but nothing that would stand up in a court of law for an individual kind of thing. So just so we're clear about that. You know, I think really the message, and I've been trying to promote the message really since the summer to everybody I interact with in all three of our counties, that they have got to keep community rates in mind, even if people aren't getting sick and going to the hospitals, because the schools would bear an impact if they didn't. And so the first thing I think we ought to be doing, and I'm trying to do, and maybe need to do it more loudly, is please do not forget about schools. When you are concerned about the business community, which you should be, and restaurants, which are on the fringe, on the brink of going broke, which you should be, please don't forget that there are these trade-offs going on, and that when we open up more space in the community, whether it's indoor dining or, honestly, I'm a little concerned about houses of worship having more capacity and potentially fueling transmission. But I don't want to pit the schools against the churches or against the business. That's not really a fair or smart thing to do. So I think it then gets back to think about all those other interactions in your life. Think about, the things you're tired of hearing about: masking, hand washing, social distancing. Probably the most important is not gathering with people outside of your household. And this is the toughest time of year not to do that, because that's everybody's instinct to want to do that. And to sort of keep in mind that the fate of, if you believe that education of kids matters, the fate of what you're choosing to do when someone invites you for just a cup of eggnog and it's cold, so you go inside, that's got a ripple effect down the road. So I don't know, that's not saying anything revolutionary. It's just saying the same stuff that I think we need to probably be saying more loudly.
Thank you. I think it's important when you say it, though. I appreciate that.
All right, Director Hansen, and then Director Long.
Thank you, Dr. Douglas, for being here this evening with us. This question may be partly for you and partly for Mr. Wise, but after listening to the community members who spoke during public comment and seeing some of the emails that we've received, I feel like as a board and perhaps as a district, we are not doing a good job at communicating the level that our district is required to work with all of the other entities that are managing COVID. And it felt like a lot of our community feels like the 7 of us on this board are just standing on an island throwing out rules. And in fact, we are obligated to follow Tri-County Health, CD, all of the entities. And I just hope someone can say clearly and concisely right now that, like you mentioned, going rogue isn't really the best option for us as a district for many reasons. And just to reiterate that, because like Director Holtzman said, I think that things coming from you, Dr. Douglas, are very persuasive.
And Dr. Douglas, if I may start and then turn it over to you. I asked that exact question of Tri-County and CDPHE, because I get that same question of, why do you follow it? Do you have to follow this? Two things that were said, and Dr. Douglas said it earlier, this is a requirement. We have to. But I'm also going to say, we've partnered, and I want to say how much I appreciate Dr. Douglas and his team. They've fought to get better contact tracing. They also have things they have to work through and under. Nothing's perfect in their job and work also in their requirements, but they've really worked hard to partner with us. Part of our dedication to doing this well and contact tracing well is to keep people safe and keep our schools open. I think, I don't know if Dr. Douglas wants to say this, but I appreciated hearing from him and his staff that Douglas County's shown kind of a gold standard of our dedication of contact tracing. We have spent hours, and that's part of the tipping point of exhaustion, but we spent hours to try to do this well, to keep people safe and also keep our schools open. And it's not just about pushing people out to quarantine, but about the time that spread happens, that's a bigger impact. And when you see that spread multiply over times, schools will shut down, our district will shut down. And if we don't practice those good habits, we can be shut down by others. So we want to take control. We want to do this well. And I think our data reflects that. And I don't want to toot our own horn, but we're going to stay dedicated to that, because as much as we think going rogue will keep us open, I actually think to the contrary, it will do the opposite. So we want to balance all of that. And I'll let Dr. Douglas probably speak more eloquently to that. But that's what I heard from both CDPHE and Tri-County. And I valued reinforcing that and validating our work.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that makes sense. I guess I would say, Elizabeth, I hadn't realized, or I hadn't heard exactly, you guys are sort of being identified as the promulgators and the creators of these rules that everybody has to follow. And honestly, we get the same thing, because these are CDPHE rules, and we're enforcing them because we're part of what should be a seamless public health system, and you know, people don't understand. But I hear you loud and clear. I will say there was probably some confusion even for me at the beginning. All the guidance, all the material the state put out about schools was framed a little differently than it was about other entities. And it was explained, you know, it's this local control under elected boards kind of thing. And frankly, when the first school outbreak guidance came out from the state, it was guidance. It was probably a smart thing to do, maybe a little too conservative, but it was guidance. And after about 3 or 4 weeks, then it was clarified it was required. And I think that's an example of a message that was probably confusing to me, maybe confusing to our staff, and probably confusing to some of the community that we message with. But I do hear you that the last thing you guys need to be saddled with is being blamed for, you know, requirements that I do think, you know, as per my comments to David, are grounded in some really biologic important reality, but are still seen as, you know, problematic or even capricious and arbitrary. So I think that's a very valid point.
Thank you, Dr. Douglas. Director Long and then Director Meek.
Again, I echo, you know, the appreciations of Dr. Douglas come over. This is the third time or fourth time that you're talking to the people in our school district. I truly appreciate that. I think I want to follow up on the guideline that the Colorado Public Health Departments, you know, give to us. So I just want to settle that once for all. Even though it's a guideline, it's not something that we could just, we as a elected board can just ignore and go whatever way that we wanted to. So I think a while ago you kind of saying that guideline is not something that this board can just ignore. That's my question number one. And then some people mentioned that the governor has given the board leeway on how to operate it. But judging from you in the positions of the Tri-County personnel, so the leeway that people mentioned the governor give to us is not something in concrete in writing. It does not actually tell us what we could just ignore or not ignore. That's the reason why the governor has to form his own groups, and that is still in meeting right now and trying to propose some solutions for us, right? So that's my second question. Does the governor actually give this board a way out of doing things that we can just ignore in his news conference last time?
I didn't hear his news conference, but so I can't completely comment on that. I will say that this document, this is the outbreak guidance document. And at the very top, it calls it guidance. And in the world of public health, guidance typically means this is a really good idea. You should probably do it, but we can't make you. But this guidance has been credentialed in a public health order saying that schools have to follow this outbreak guidance. So to the extent that that has the rule of law, to the extent that it isn't challenged in a court and overturned, it is a requirement, even though the word guidance is used. So I'm not sure I got at both your questions because I didn't hear what the governor said. And
well, you hear some of the people making public comments and said that the governors and give us the leeway. I think in his November 25th, he made some comment that in the effect that the school are the safest place, and somehow he implied that the local school board can have the leeway to run things. So I just want to make sure that I just want to know the truth. Okay, does this board has any leeway whatsoever to ignore the Tri-County Health Order or Colorado Public Health Department's guidance because the governors give us so-called leeway
Yeah.
to do things.
So
Yeah.
it's my understanding, I had staff attend that who shared the comments, and it's my understanding the leeway is the leeway to decide when to open, whether you open completely, partially, hybrid, or whatever. And I think, again, I didn't hear it. It was related to the question of the dial, the different colors on the dial, red, orange, yellow. And it is my understanding from what I've heard the state health department say in other settings that schools do have leeway to make choices about whether they're open and which classes are open and whether they do it hybrid. So that is, you do have leeway for that, but you don't have leeway for this guidance because it's required by law. So there's a distinction between this, which is outbreak guidance, and between the opening, as I understand it.
Good, thanks. Thank you, Dr. Douglas. Director Meek, go ahead.
Dr. Douglas, thanks so much for being here tonight. We really do appreciate it. We appreciate your collaboration and helping us make the best decisions for our students and our community. Given that you work with many different districts, my question really is around what have you learned in regards to districts that had students in a hybrid model versus 5 days a week? And does that change any of your thinking with the guidance and how we might even advocate for changes?
So that's a really good question, Susan. And I'd have to say that I probably haven't personally, I don't think really any of our staffs analyzed the question quite in the way you've asked it. So the most honest thing to say is I just don't know. I'd be speculating if I tried to answer. I think it's a really good question, but I don't have a very smart answer for you.
But I raised it just because I had a concern bringing in all the students because that distancing, what wouldn't be as great, with the hybrid. And I think it would just be so valuable to understand whether spread with with positive cases look different or not. And I think understanding that a little bit might help us advocate. And, our goal, it's all trade-offs, right? Safety is so important. It's the highest priority. And making sure our students are learning and disrupting education, and all of these really conflict with each other. And so if you have a chance to reflect on that and have any thoughts, I think that would be really interesting for us to know.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a really good question. And I will reflect, but more importantly, I'm going to ask some other people if they've got any, they've already taken a look at that and I'm just not aware of it.
Right. Hey, Director Graziano, we haven't heard from you tonight, so I'm just going to conclude our Dr. Douglas session with if there's any words or questions you have for him.
Not at this time, thanks.
All right, thank you, Director Graziano. Dr. Douglas, echoed many times, we can't thank you enough. The collaboration, the expertise, and the assistance, truly grateful. We want you to stay well, so we're not going to keep you up much later because we need you. So thank you again for being in our meeting. Want to come back then to Mr. Wise. I think what I'm understanding at this point, I don't know if we want to ask further questions about the plans that Mr. Weiss has laid out for us. I think we can concisely wrap those up for our community to say that we have some very specific benchmarks that are laid out in this plan. January 5th for elementary students and all our highly impacted students, K through 12. We've got a January 25th benchmark date would be the earliest date for our middle school students to return to a hybrid model is what I'm understanding from this plan. And then February 22nd would be the earliest target for our high school students to return in hybrid. And again, the condition on that, as Mr. Wise pointed out, is if it can be done earlier, it would. But right now, that's kind of the way we're pacing that. And I think that's important for our community to hear, is that we have specific benchmarks for each of our levels to return to in-person learning. So with that, I'm going to ask the board to see if there's any questions or clarity. And I need to remind us that we really are hitting we've gone way beyond the time, and we have our charter schools who have been waiting patiently as well. So if you can make your questions very specific to whether or not you can come to a consensus about the plan that Mr. Weiss has laid out, that would be helpful. So back to Director Graziano, because I saw your hand up there first, I think, or Director Graziano.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I have a question and a suggestion that I'd like to present to the board. My question is, in this approach, in this staggered approach that we're considering, and in a nod to one of our public commenters who mentioned this type of approach, what would be those specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely goals that we are looking for each time? Because as we do these things, it sometimes gets a little blurry. And I guess my question would be is what specifically are we looking for so we know if we're on the right track? That's my first question. So I'm going to stop there, and then I'm going to have my comment after that, a suggestion after that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that question. When we look at those, say, specific and exact, it's going to be very tough. But I think I want to lay out some of the specific things that we're going to need to do. To move in a phased-in approach, we need to be able to evaluate our operational sustainability. So our sub requests and a fill rate. So at the elementary level, how are we with the amount of subs, fill rates? If we have to go in quarantine, that's going to help us to know our ability to have enough subs at another level. Okay. We are going to continue to look at that 2-week cumulative incident rate report. So as we're sitting at 8:30, where are we at in January? And depending on sub rates and then disinfecting rate and number of people working on those things, if it goes down, I think that could expedite the ability to move back in person at another level quicker. If it remains the same, then you want to measure that off a constant. So I think if the number is going up, can you sustain? If the measure is staying even, can you sustain? If it's going down, it might expedite it. So I think those are things we need to review and use as a measure. Making sure, as Dr. Douglas said, that we're able to, and you heard it with Silver, are we reiterating our expectations and supporting, effective PPE? And I think that's going to help us with our quarantine. That's going to help us with our safety and positivity rate. And then I think as we continue to engage our readiness with staff and that ability to say, okay, here's where we are, what are next steps, and we're going to move and transition some of that pooling of resources to spread and take on more. So as I said, thresholds, to say that at, close to 750, close to 650, close to 550 in those areas, those are possibilities, but I don't want that to be set in stone, because if we can maintain, then we can know a better number. But we have not had a number where we're at currently. Okay, so even in the worst of times of COVID, we haven't had this number currently. So as we come back, we want to measure off of new numbers and adjust that. So I don't want to say that's set in stone. Hopefully we can sustain and build it back quicker. Okay.
Director Graziano, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I would just ask that that's published somewhere, and some of those ideas are communicated. So, but thank you for that. My other comment is more a suggestion, and to see if there's any appetite for this. We've talked a lot about students most in need, getting attention, and things like that. What I'd like to ask us to consider or think about is we have a high school groups, kids who are in high school who have less time left in the district to attend. And I guess I envision after this years going forward, there's going to be an amazing opportunity for us to catch up all of our kids who are still in our district. I could see some amazing things happening around, ways to make up for lost time that we've heard about for these kids. So with that, given we have a group of students in high school who have less time in the district, what I would suggest is if we could possibly consider switching them with what we have for middle school. And I would suggest putting them back in before those in middle school, given, again, the less amount of time that they have left in the school system. So that's my kind of suggestion that I'd like to throw out there and see if there's any appetite for that or any conversation that wanted to be had.
Okay, directors, thank you, Director Graziano. And if you guys want to chew on that with Director Graziano, you may. Director Lung, go ahead.
Well, is it the right time to make a motion to support the interim superintendent's recommendations?
Director Lung, you can make a motion whenever you want to make a motion, so you bet.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to support interim superintendent's recommendations as it is. And then I do have two follow-up questions to ask. And number one is, we hear a lot of people, I'm sorry.
Before you ask your follow-up questions, you put a motion on the table, so we need to wait if there's a second first. Is there a second for Director Lung's motion?
I'll second the motion.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Now, Director Lung, back to you if you have some follow-up questions.
My first question is, I hear a lot of public comments, worry about, and also some teachers about the ups and downs of, the huge quarantine interrupting the learning. So how can we, and what's the red line for us to go back for the elementary, at least back to e-learning? I mean, how can we maintain the safety, health, and consistency of a certain level of learning so that we can cause less, disruptions?
Yeah, so those are great questions. Reality, the quarantining process, and part of this, including the metric, is going to see what are those recommendations and changes from the task force, from the governor, and from CDPHE, because those things are going to impact our ability to do this, and they're going to impact those quarantines. Like, I can't predict what we don't know yet, but if numbers are high and those rates in the community do come into our schools, there will be quarantines. There's going to be that impact, and so you'll see classroom levels, cohorts, and everything else. The elementary level as a whole has the ability to push out individual classes. And then if we have better targeted quarantine, hopefully not even full classes. But I think in those things of that shift, that we have to be prepared that there are still going to be quarantines. We're still going to have positive cases. We're going to have exposures. That how we minimize that is we want to use a number of our resources. So elementary principals are talking about how can we use other resources, that if you have a small group of kids that are quarantined, how do we support them and let those teachers then teach those kids in the classroom? So we're working on multiple ways to develop supports, but it's not going to be perfect. And as much as I'd like to say we're not going to have those possible transitions out in quarantines, I mean, writing on the wall, that will continue, but we want to minimize that. But I do think bringing back elementary and having elementary in person, we can do it safely with mitigating factors. We talked about masks, improved mask shields, and have that opportunity to wear and decrease risk on top of hopefully decrease quarantines.
Right. My preference is definitely if we can find a much better plan so that we could minimize the on and off quarantine. I think that truly found some disruptions. So my last questions, then I'll yield to the other director, is I understand that last Thursday, the Colorado Association of School Executives sent a letter to Governor Polis. I believe you also signed the letter. After Governor Polis made a comment about the school is the safest place to be. And in the letter, I believe the school executive has asked the governor what kind of leeway or exemptions or some sort of flexibility that the governor is going to give, to you as a school executive to implement, his ideas that school is the safest place, and then encourage us to reopen the school. So did you get any reply from the governors after you guys sent the letter to him and asking him what can you do so that we can fulfill, your goal? Because you set up so many of those guidance for us, which Dr. Douglas explained that it is in effect in the law, so we must follow. And then you also want us to reopen, school. Did he give you any reply after the letter is sent?
So indirectly, we have a superintendent from Greeley Evans, who is on that task force. She's a member of the DASK group that I talked about. She did come back to us and ask for feedback to take back to the task force. She stated that what was implied in the governor's statements, that he wanted more input and everything else. So indirectly through that representation, I and other superintendents gave more feedback, such as, when you say we need to be in person and the quarantining impact is having such the quarantining process having such a negative impact, we need help with that. You heard that from Dr. Douglas and others. We also talked about the need to have teachers vaccinated. And when I say teachers, that's staff, bus drivers. We think about teachers all the time running schools, but all of our staff that have schools open and the critical people to do this, we need all of them have the ability to get vaccinated earlier. So those are things that we gave feedback along with others, to pay for more testing. There's saliva testing and rapid testing. If we can decrease the amount of time kids are on quarantine, because after 5 or 6 days and they're not showing symptoms, if they can do a saliva test and ask the governor to pay for that, we put that in as a recommendation. So indirectly from the superintendent of Greeley Evans, who's on that task force, yes. Directly, not to us, but it was represented through case and representation of a large group of superintendents to say, you can say you want us in person, but you need to change practices so we have the ability to do this well.
So in a nutshell, there's no concrete step the governor has given to us. So he's in a way giving us an unfunded mandate. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll say this, the intent is positive because we want to be in person, but I think more importantly, we all have to do our part. And how can we influence to look at how we do this well and do it in a positive way? But the intent, I value the intent because we all want our kids in school and we need our youngest learners and most impacted in school. So that part is valued because I think you hear that push of our parents and push of others. So in that side, I want to throw out, that's not a bad thing either, but how we work together to make it happen and sustain is going to be important, that we all work together and we partner. So I think that's a piece that I want to make sure that I reiterate on that side.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Okay, so directors, we've got a motion and a second to support the plan as presented by Interim Superintendent Weiss. Please direct your questions or comments to that if you have a need before we go to a vote. Are there other questions before we go to a vote? Also, I want to acknowledge Director Graziano put out a modified version of this plan, which if Director Graziano, you want to check that out, you may want to do a secondary motion to motion that the plan be approved with the modification of flipping middle school with high school. That's your prerogative if you want to put it out there. Otherwise, I want to stick with the current motion and the second and see if there's any other questions before we go to a vote. Director Meek?
I'd like to just comment on Director Graziano's idea. I think that's really interesting. I think I'd like to hear from staff what their thoughts are on unintended consequences and, looking into it. So I'm open, but I'm just don't feel like I know enough to have a strong opinion to support it.
So is that a question that you need to have answered, Director Meek, before we move to a vote, or is that?
Well, if staff is comfortable commenting and providing any kind of reaction to it, I think I would appreciate that.
Mr. Weiss, any reaction?
So one, I really appreciate the idea. I think the reaction I would have is we're going to take every idea and go back and explore it. So regardless of where your motion lands or anything else, I do think that's a valid point. As we differentiate. So when I said earlier, there's not a perfect word to say prioritize or differentiate to figure out our best planning moving forward. But I think as we differentiate and we look at what's possible and what can we do, and look in those there's areas I'd love to take that back and explore. So.
Okay, any other directors before we go to a vote? Okay, the motion is to adopt or to support the interim superintendent's plan for returning to in-person learning. And I will now ask for a vote. Chancho Shore.
Pass.
Director Granciano.
Aye.
Director Hansen.
I am going to vote yes, but I need to explain that it is a conditional yes. And I know we're running short on time, but I really need just a minute to explain what I mean by that. We listened to a lot of very frustrated people tonight during public comment, and we heard several people reference that Dr. Fauci has said kids should be in school. Dr. Fauci's comment, actually, word for word, was that we should close the bars and keep schools open. The CDC, we heard, they've said, keep kids in school. The CDC has also said to avoid traveling. We all saw the pictures from the airports over the holiday. Governor Polis came out and said, kids should be in school. This is the safest place for kids to be. But the very reason we can't keep kids in school are from his Department of Health guidelines and the protocols that we are required to follow that he has established. Our federal government, same thing, same story. Everyone is saying kids belong in school. And I just need to share my personal perspective that politically, it is really easy to step in front of a microphone and say kids belong in school, because that earns you a thundering round of applause, because everyone in our country agrees that kids belong in school. What we don't agree on is how we are going to get there. And I feel like local school boards have been thrown under the bus because our elected officials who earn a salary, who have teams of employees who work for them, cannot figure out how to solve these problems. And they just shove the responsibility down to local school boards and let us take the fall for the ultimate consequences of not being able to keep our kids in school. So I don't have a political career, and my obligation is to my 3 babies and to the 76 students in this district who are depending on this board to fight for them. And I feel like the best way we take care of our students is by taking care of our teachers. And my vote is yes. I absolutely want those kids back in school, every single one of them. But if it starts to take a toll on our teachers and on our employees, like it was previously, I will not be able to support this plan moving forward. So I am voting yes, but it is a conditional yes as we see how the community is willing to support us and how our elected officials are willing to support us so that we can do what we need to do and keep these schools open.
All right, thank you, Director Hansen. Director Holtzman.
Aye.
Director Long.
And also want to quantify why I vote yes. 5 days in-person learning is always, my goal. I have a high school student, so I understand a lot of frustrations and concern from the public commenter. But we also must understand that we are in a pandemic. We need to open school in a safe manner that meet the state guidance. As Dr. Douglas said, that those are not linear guidelines; those are written, in the law. And the Colorado Children's Hospital, actually in their website saying that for us, to open the school, we need, the help from the community. And I urge the community and I beg you, during this holiday season, please have a small gathering or have a virtual gathering, wear face masks, and putting some social distancing so that we can lower the number and we could have a 5 days in person with a much reduced number of COVID. I will yes.
Director Long, thank you. Director Meek.
So I vote yes as well, and I would like to reiterate Dr. Long's message. My baby's not coming home for Christmas this year, and I'm just heartbroken. And she's making that decision as a young adult because she feels like it's the right choice to make. And I really hope our community thinks deeply about the choices that they make between now and the time that our schools open, because we really want to do everything possible to get our schools open in January, because we all know that's what's best for our students. So I'm voting yes.
Thank you, Dr. Meek. And my vote is a yes as well. And that vote passes, that motion passes unanimously.
Wait, Dr. Chansu Short has no vote.
Sorry, Director Chansu Short, did I miss you?
Well, I passed, but I wanted to close, so thank you. I vote yes with 2 comments. One, I'd like us to start thinking in the direction of what is it takes to close our schools, to what additional precautions do we need to take to stay open and reopen our schools, with the caveat that the only thing that was we had so many slides prepared and we had lots of information. The only piece I missed was how will we assure that we keep our process and our procedures and our cohorts clean so that our teachers and our kids really do have mitigating measures that help us stay in school. I vote yes.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrashore. My apologies for missing you earlier. All right, so I can again say that motion passes unanimously. Board, we have been sitting for a while, so we will take about a 10-minute break. Let's reconvene at 9:15. Charter schools, I apologize. We have about a 15-minute agenda item after we come back at 9:15, and then charter renewals hopefully around 9:30. All right, let's take a break. Okay, board directors, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. So our next item is really the reason why we're meeting tonight is because annually we have a window of opportunity to take a look at our mill levy rate and set resolutions. And unfortunately, the window is very narrow. We are truly grateful for our finance department, who has to do a lot of maneuvering to get this back to the county commissioners. But I do want to introduce our Chief Financial Officer, Kate Kataska, who will walk us through the work for tonight and explain to us what we need to do to get this back to our county commissioners. Ms. Kataska, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And this is really going to be Colleen's presentation. She was missing you all, having been out on leave and filling in for me during those months. So take it away, Colleen.
Mrs. Doan, welcome back.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you, directors. And it is great to be here today, and we will try and make this quick for you. And so in front of you, you see our 2021 mill levy certification. And what we have here tonight is the proposal for setting the tax rates that we do annually that will be for the property taxes collected in calendar year 2021. So we actually have a variety of different tax rates that show up as a school tax bill for our residential and non-residential property tax owners. And so I want to walk through those different components. So the first part is our local share of the school per pupil revenue funding. That's the School Finance Act. And there's a new component of it this year where we actually have a tax credit. I'll go through that in much more detail on the next slide. But essentially, there will be 3 lines shown on the tax bill, as well as on the resolutions that you will be voting upon and signing tonight. Next, we have our mill levy overrides. So in addition to our 2018 mill levy override that we're so thankful to our voters on, we actually have 4 additional overrides from 1989, 1997, 2003, and 2006. They total to about $73.7 million. As they're all fixed dollar mills. We then have tax bills associated with our bond redemption. So this is allowed by statute to fund the debt service on our voter approved general obligation bonds. So our most recent general obligation bonds were from the 2018 bond passed by voters sold in 2019. So we have the bond redemption to pay off that debt over a period of time. And finally, we have on our school tax bills our abatement tax, which is allowed by statute for school districts across Colorado to recoup a proportional share of the taxes that have been abated and refunded by Douglas County. So that's spread across the taxpayers the following fiscal year after they are abated. Next slide, please. So when I mentioned that there was a change to our actual School Finance Act tax, this is due to House Bill 2014-18. That's the School Finance Act for this school year. And what happened was the School Finance Act interpreted that there were reductions made to our mill levies and mill levies across the state by school districts were actually unauthorized by statute as of that point in time. These mill levies were reduced from the Tabor limits. It remained in place for purposes of calculating the districts to be considered deep roost. So essentially what that means is that if school districts dropped their mill levies and then froze them at a certain rate, those were considered to be unauthorized at that point in time. So what happens is House Bill 2014-18 corrects these unauthorized reductions by restoring mill levies to the lesser of 3 different options. So those options that are stipulated in the School Finance Act state, 1, that they have to return to the voter-approved mills the district imposed as of the date of its debrucing election. So debrucing means you're going away from those Tabor limits. Or the second option is 27 mills. Or the third option is the number of mills required to get to a total program funding if this school district is a fully locally funded district, meaning they do not receive state funding in their total program formula. These three options are then evaluated, and then the offsetting levies are set based upon the December 2019 levy with a required corresponding temporary tax credit. So what that means is actually very important, and that's that our taxpayers will not actually be taxed at a higher mill rate. They will be taxed at whatever the rate was for December 2019, so a year ago, the taxes that they then paid in 2020. And there's that temporary tax credit to keep their taxes at that same rate, even though House Bill 2014-18 shows a higher overall mill. So what this also means is, in addition to it holding that tax rate truly flat for taxpayers, it holds the total program property tax for school districts unchanged as well. So it means that the mills that will then correspond into property tax for schools will be the same process and the same calculation as in prior years. So what does this mean for Douglas County School District? So when we apply these options, if we were to use the voter approved mills we debruced in 1998, our mill rate was 35.122 at that point in time. We are very far from fully funded locally. We rely upon the state equalization in our total program funding. But if we were at the number of mills to be fully funded locally, it would be greater than 76 mills. And so when we look at this, 27 mills is clearly the lesser of the three options. So we will have on our tax bill the 27 mills and then a temporary tax credit of 25.440. A temporary tax credit of 1.560 to show the total program mills of 25.440. That will be the amount that is then taxed to our residential and non-residential taxpayers. Next slide, please. So as we're calculating the mill levies, the mill levy really means tax rate. So the way it's calculated is we look at the amount required divided by the assessed valuation. So if we apply this to our overrides as an example, as I mentioned previously, our total overrides are about $73.7 million. Our assessed valuation is $7.5 billion. So using this mathematical formula, our mill rate for our overrides is 9.886. And this same math can be used across all of our mills, regardless of whether it's a fixed dollar or a fixed mill. You simply just do the math in reverse. Next slide, please. So this summarizes what we are recommending that the board certify tonight. So I have included on this slide also a comparison to the mill levy that was certified a year ago for the 2020 calendar year collection. So first is that School Finance Act. So the 27 per House Bill 2014-18, since that's the lesser of the three options. Then you see that tax credit, and then you see the net mill levy. So that's the amount collected by the county. So again, it's the tax credit just brings it back down to the same amount, the same tax rate that was applied last year. It is not a tax credit to lower taxes for the School Finance Act lower than last year's amount. Then we have our mill levy overrides. Then we have our abatement and our bond redemption, which gets us to our total levy. And you'll see that it's actually a reduction year over year in the total recommended mill levy, which means we are recommending that our property tax rates drop compared to the current calendar year collection. Next slide, please. So I want to show what this means for our residential and our non-residential taxpayers. So for residentials, we're looking at the average home value. So this is the actual value for homes here in Douglas County over a period of time. We then apply that by the assessment rate. So the repeal of the Gallagher Amendment that happened just last month across the state of Colorado froze that residential assessment rate at 7.15%. Historically, it would drop as the Gallagher Amendment stipulated the constant ratio of residential to non-residential property tax. So now we have the 7.15% fixed in there. You then get what is the residential assessed value from that. We then multiply that mill rate, so that tax rate, to get the average residential taxes paid. So in other words, an average home of $525,000 would pay approximately $1,633 in residential taxes this upcoming calendar year. Next slide, please. We want to show what that means for non-residential taxpayers as well. So non-residential being commercial, mineral, vacant land, and anything outside of residence. So we're showing a comparable business value to look kind of apples to apples, the same value of a property. The assessment rate for non-residential is 29%, which makes that assessed value $152,250. We applied the exact same tax rate. All property taxes within our jurisdiction are within the same tax rate to get that non-residential taxes paid of $6,623. Next slide, please. So the action that we're requesting for you tonight is to vote to certify the mill levies as recommended by staff with the associated resolution. Given the new change from the School Finance Act this year and implementing this temporary tax credit, we do have the formal resolution associated with your board materials that you will need to pass. And that would need to happen per the School Finance Act annually, unless the state legislature were to repeal the temporary tax credit. So it's something that has to occur every year since it is temporary. We will then be sending the certification and all supporting documentation back to both Douglas and Elbert counties by next Tuesday, December 15th, which is why we're having this meeting today, as that is the statutory deadline for the counties to receive the certification. So with that, I open up for any questions on our mill levy certification proposal, and then respectfully request a vote to certify these mills.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Doan. First of all, directors, any questions regarding the presentation that Mrs. Doan just shared with us? An explanation about our resolutions. Director Meek, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify something on slide number 5. I just want to make sure I heard you right, Ms. Stone, so thank you. That has the comparison between 2020, the current year, and last year. The 27, thanks, it's easier to see it as I'm talking through it. So basically, Douglas County was at the 25.4 for mills that go into the School Finance Act for our local community. The 27 reflects where it is now because CDE incorrectly lowered the mill levies for local districts. It was nothing that Douglas County did incorrectly. CDE sets those mill levies for every school district across the state. And so once that problem was identified, the legislators decided to move districts who needed to move, and then allow for this tax credit. And so there's really no additional cost to our voters. It's a wash, but that change was made in the last School Finance Act because CDE incorrectly calculated mill levies for districts that debruced. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, that's clear. And the fact that legislators moving forward may decide not to issue a tax credit, but that's something that's in the future. And I don't know if you've heard anything about that, and if you have any additional information.
So there was a meeting with a bunch of school districts actually this week to speak specifically to the tax credit. It didn't come up whether that temporary tax credit would not be included in future years or not. It is definitely a possibility out there, but no one heard anything indicating that we would be doing something any different a year from now.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to make sure people heard that Douglas County set its mill according to what CDE told them to set their mill at. And then this change has happened recently to correct an issue that has happened over multiple years. Okay.
Yes, yes. And the whole state is going through this process right now. This is not unique just to us.
Thank you.
Okay, directors, I will entertain a motion to approve the mill levies as recommended by staff and the associated resolutions. Is there a motion? See the motion made by Director Long, or is that a motion, Director Long, or is that a question? Motion? All right, Director moved as stated. Is there a second?
Second.
And second by Graziano. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Long.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray is an aye as well. Passes unanimously. Look forward to signing off on that, Mrs. Doan, as I'm sure in the next couple of hours I will get that request. So nice job. And again, thank you, Ms. Kataska and the entire finance department for all the work that you do with this end of the year stuff that is required. We really do appreciate your department especially has really worked hard for this. So thank you. All right, directors, we're going to move on to our next agenda item. And again, my apologies to our charter people that have been waiting for most of the evening to address us. This is really the first stage of charter renewal process. And that is we begin with having the charter simply come to a public setting like this to announce and proclaim their desire for us to renew their charter. And so this will be a very brief presentation for each charter to provide. It's about a 5-minute presentation for the charters to make that public proclamation. And then we have about 10 minutes set aside board for us to ask questions. However, this process actually extends into January when we actually then consider the request and vote accordingly. And so January 18th is when the charter renewal applications actually are considered for approval. So just know we've got a full month process to get our questions asked. But I want to first of all just welcome our charter folks from Aspen View Academy, our Hope Online Learning Academy, and also our Park Year Performing Arts. Welcome, good evening. We're glad that you guys are still awake and we're looking forward to hearing from you. I'm gonna, first of all though, introduce our new Director of Choice Programming, Mackenzie Kahn, who will kick us off with just a quick overview and then she will continue with introductions. So Mackenzie, nice to meet you. I don't know that we've actually had the pleasure of actually doing any kind of face-to-face with you yet. We're looking forward though to working with you in the future. So good evening, Ms. Kahn, and go ahead and kick us off, please. Oops, Ms. Kahn, you are muted, so.
There we go.
There you go.
Good evening, directors. Yes, it's an interesting time to start a new job during a pandemic and not being able to meet many people in person. But my name is Mackenzie Kahn, and I am the new Director of Choice Programming. I have been in this role for a few months, but I just want to tell you I am really excited and honored to be working in the community I live in. I am here tonight to share information with you guys regarding our 3 charter schools in renewals. Those contracts do expire at the end of June of 2021. Tonight, as Director Ray stated, each school will have 5 minutes to present, and then there will be 10 minutes Q&A following. I'd like to provide a really brief overview for you all regarding the process itself and the steps that were followed that ultimately led to those renewal recommendations that you have in your materials. Speaking of materials, the information that you were provided for each charter school under renewal included each school's renewal application, associated accountability data, a copy of their current contract with the district, a site visit report, and if applicable, the status of each school's compliance with any conditions that were placed upon them during the current term. The renewal packets that you received also included a staff analysis of the school's educational programming, operations, and finances. This evaluative structure that we've included in the packets this year is framed to align with the DCSD standards for quality authorizing, and that is specifically in relation to the establishment of clear criteria for charter school renewal decision-making. I wanted to point out that you will notice some revisions to last year's renewal process, one being that the revised evaluation outline that you received is in alignment with those quality standards, but also we utilized a site visit protocol and remote in some cases this year to establish a more comprehensive collection of evidence for you to assist in the development of the recommendations and action of those recommendations. One of the goals of choice going forward will be to build upon some of the really great work that's been done previously to design systems for strong reporting of our charter schools going forward. And some of the revisions you're going to see or that you have seen in your materials are indicative of that work. One of the really great strengths of the process that I'd like to point out is that we work in partnership between the Choice Programming Office and many other DCSD departments. And those staff members are the ones contributing their own reviews and feedback respective to their own areas of expertise. Specifically this year's cycle, we received specific input from special education staff, gifted and talented, CLDE, safety and security, health services. The list kind of goes on and on, finance. We also met with our charter schools before this process started and also worked with them in the organization and conducting of the site visits. We also met with schools then at a point in the process to provide feedback from those site visits that would help to culminate in those reports. And we really do appreciate our charter partners in working with us on this process. On the slide that shows the timeline, slide 3, really quickly walk you through, won't go point by point, but this process starts in September. Charter schools are submitting their applications to our office. We're taking time to go through that and review it along with other staff, like I said, in the district. And this year, one of those differences that we initiated was that remote site visit. And you see site visit reports as part of your packets. And what those are basically an alignment to the current charter contract and pulling out anything that we are holding our charters accountable for. We have turned that into a look for or a review of documentation or practice. And so it's really great to say that this year we were able to look through all of that information for all 3 of these schools and can confidently give you feedback on where they stand with regard to those indicators. And those are from areas from curriculum and assessment to safety and security. And so we were able to luckily do most of this remotely through virtual interviews with school leaders, documentation review, but we did do a in-person site visit with our security staff. Rich Payne came and did assisted with some of the evaluation of that, specifically too with regard to what we're all living through right now and ensuring that our charter partners are following proper public health orders, but also that they have strong safety and security processes in place. We then took that information to Superintendent's Cabinet for review with the feedback from that culminated in the recommendations that you see tonight. And now we are in December. So during this presentation and the next board meeting would then be anticipated to do those renewal decisions per statute timeline. With that said, try to do that as quickly as possible. We are going to have each school speak. The first school that we have up is Aspen View Academy, and we have Bob Barber, the principal, here this evening. That's going to be the main presenter, and I'll just say that each of these schools, they can introduce their other folks on the line each individually, but they each have brought additional staff members along to answer questions that you may have during that Q&A session. With that, Bob, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Barber. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Well, thanks for your time and on this long, fun night. And with me tonight, I have Dave Boddicker, who is one of my amazing assistant principals. I have Jonathan Nye, who is our board president, and Sherry Allen, who is another one of our board members. So 4 of us available to answer questions and kind of hopefully talk and brag about our school. So try to respect everybody's time, but if you look in the packet, so kind of what makes us special, and really the quick, easy answer is it's our students, our teachers, our staff, our parents, and our board. Collectively work hard together to make sure we are providing the best education we can for our students. So if you look on the first slide that we have, is what do we do? So we look at the holistic child. So we're looking at making sure we're doing the social, the emotional, intellectual, artistic, physical, creative. We want to reach that whole child to make sure they're getting the full education, that we're taking care of every part of their education. Character education is so big, so important for us, so important for everybody. So we use the respect model at the school, which basically is the responsibility, empowerment, sharing, patience, excellence, compassion, and teamwork. And we believe everybody can learn. We set high expectations for our kids. We give them the tools and resources to be successful, and we don't allow them to kind of take time off, even in these unprecedented times where learning is difficult for everybody. We are trying to keep that learning and achievement line positive and growing. So next slide, please. And I'm not sure on our end, on the slide I got, do you see the one with the students? And we're hoping to have the students talk a little bit about their experiences. We had primary student, intermediate, and a middle school student. I don't know, is that working?
We're not seeing it on our screen, Mr. Barber, but we may, are those recorded?
They were.
Okay.
It was a PDF, so I don't have any live video to show, sorry.
Okay, well, I will paraphrase for them. And basically, we thought it was real important to have the students speak. The students speak honest, they speak the truth, and they all were very positive of their experience and their time at the school. So you would have heard a lot of really good things coming from them, of course, like we'd expect, but just to show the genuine interest and the love for the school that they have. So next slide. One of the bragging points for us that we are proud of is that we were fortunate enough to be named the best school in Castle Rock 3 years in a row, which is proud. And we also had the best teacher, Ashley Chambliss, 2 years in a row. And why that's so important to us, it validates everything that we do. The parents are basically our boss. That's who we're here for, the parents and the students. And for them to give that feedback and recognition, something we're very proud of. So very happy for that, and we will keep doing our best to see if we can achieve that again. Next slide. Another thing that really makes us special that we're really proud of is the Capturing Kids' Hearts. And it's a remarkable program that basically says you cannot capture a student's head until you capture their heart. They have to have that sense of belonging. They have to know why they're here. They have to be greeted. So when our students come in every day, they're greeted by the staff with it used to be a fist bump, a high five, or a handshake is now turned to an elbow bump, a foot bump, or a air high five. So we still make it work, but the importance is they're recognized, they're welcomed here. They know that they belong here. And then when they get to the classroom, they get the same thing. So again, it's knowing that they belong, knowing that they're part of something special. So we teach to their mind. We want to build that confidence to say, hey, it's okay to make mistakes. We expect them to make mistakes. We don't expect perfection, but we say, how do you learn from those mistakes? How do you take that? kids share good things, and that's one of the funnest things to see every day with the students when they get out and share everything from, you know, their dog had puppies to they got an A on a test, their grandparents Zoom called them now. It's really changed. And, you know, funny story, just you know, kind of show, I was in the hallway yesterday, we had a kindergartner pass by, so 5-year-old, he's holding his finger and he kind of looked sad, and I said, "What's the matter?" And he said, "I hurt my finger and it was bleeding really bad." And I looked at it and there was nothing wrong. And I said, "Wow." I go, "Well, you look okay." He goes, "What happened years ago?" And what I found funny was, here's a 5-year-old trying to reference something that happened years ago in his mindset. And he goes, "Well, it was my cat, and I was even holding it correctly." But for these kids to have that, that's where they feel comfortable talking to us. And it's really neat to see that their mind is ready to talk and they want to be part of something special. We try to be able to be hands-on, do whatever they can. We give them hands-on experience in our STEM lab, and just that whole child thing, and then form their habits. We want to keep them positive. We want to give them positive things. But again, the belief is we cannot capture their head until we capture their heart. So really, really important that we do for our school. Next slide. Part of what we do too is that traditions are really, really important for the students. So we want them to see, as they continue from kindergarten throughout the school, traditions that are tied to the curriculum that we do. So you can, I won't read through those, but you can kind of see what they do as kindergarten as what they can look forward to. So a kindergartner knows they'll have the Thanksgiving feast. Again, this year looks very, very different. But when they get to 5th grade, they know they're going to be able to participate in that Civil War reenactment. So again, the traditions that they can look forward to, listening to their siblings that may have been through that, talk about that, and share their positive experiences with that as well. Next slide. And then our middle school. So being in the K through 8 school, it's interesting because we have 5-year-olds to 14-year-olds. And being a former middle school teacher myself, it's you really have to capture those middle schoolers' hearts. So they're brutally honest, and it's truly where we believe that we're going to capture and lose students going into high school. And most of our kids are going to go into the traditional neighborhood high schools. So we want to make sure they are well prepared. We want to make sure that their educational experience is positive and something that they will reflect on. They may not admit it to their friends because it's too cool in high school, but if they can say it to themselves and say, "You know what, middle school was not bad. I really enjoyed it." So that's what we look for. So again, same thing. We have those traditions in the middle school. One of the things that we started that was is hugely successful, we have these house challenges. So kind of a shameful plug for what we can kind of take from Harry Potter, but it's really worked. And what we do is we pair one class per grade level in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade together. So 1 6th, 1 7th, and 1 8th. So they work together. So it kind of brings that camaraderie across grade levels. But again, it gets a 6th grader to kind of look forward to what they're going to be able to do in 7th grade and what they're going to do in 8th grade. So they become leaders of the school, and then they can kind of pass that expertise down as they grow throughout the school as well. And then just the athletics, which obviously everything's been paused this year, and that's okay. But in the normal year, we just have the athletics, and just again, have that experience of learning some new skills, meeting new friends, and be able to carry that on as they're getting ready to move on to high school. So with that, questions, comments?
All right, Mr. Barber, thank you. And yeah, I think your school has been around for what, 7 years now? Is that
We're in year 8 right now.
Number 8, very good. Well, I know great things are happening, and I think you captured well some of the many highlights of Aspen View Academy. We have time, directors, for just a couple of quick questions to Mr. Barber regarding their renewal request. Any questions? And if we could go back, Chris or Mark, to where I can see all the directors at the same time. All right. Any questions, directors? Director Graziano?
Yeah, no questions. Just want to thank them for coming, Aspen View team for coming in, and appreciate the presentation. So no questions here, just a thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no question. Oh, I do. Director Hanson got one in there quick. All right, Director Hanson, go ahead.
Also not a question. I just wanted to share that back in the days of carpools and basketball practices, I spent a lot of time with several of your students, and you are so right about so many of the things that you shared. The events that you have at your school that have created really unique traditions are something that they all look forward to, and you have you're doing a wonderful job, and thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Barber and the rest of the AVA staff, thank you for spending time with us, and we'll look forward again to January to do the final formality of moving your charter forward. So again, thank you for your time tonight.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on. I don't know, Ms. Khan, do you want to introduce, or shall I just move on to the next person?
Sure, absolutely. Heather Ibarra is here from Hope Online. She's CEO, and she will be taking over the next piece. So, Heather.
Good evening, Ms. Amara. Whoops, I think you're muted, Mrs. Amara.
You can't have a call without doing that.
Of course.
Hopefully the slides will come up soon, but thank you, President Ray, members of the board, Superintendent Wise, and Douglas County staff. I'm Heather O'Mara, founder and CEO of Hope. I am joined on this call by other members of Hope's leadership team, as well as our board chair, Kim Rossi, our board vice chair, Bill De La Cruz, and our legal counsel, Dr. Jackie Phillips. I think we have to go about 7 slides forward. Also, a huge thank you to the families, community leaders, and Hope staff who support Hope each and every day. Many are listening to the live stream, and I wish that you had the opportunity to see them in person, because it's the strong community that is Hope. Next slide, please. 2020 has been a tough year for all schools, including Hope. When the state board ordered the closure of Hope Elementary, the Hope community came together to design Hope 2.0 with a renewed focus on the needs of secondary students. Next slide. Together, we defined our non-negotiables. Our key beliefs include strategic goals, and they're directly tied to our mission. Next slide, please. Hope students matter. At Hope, students achieve more than they ever thought possible. Through our small, community-driven, diverse learning environment, students gain the knowledge and skills to become leaders in the community. Students are our why. Hope's vision is simple. At Hope, you belong, you believe, you become. Belong. When you enter one of Hope's learning centers, you belong as a member of the Hope family. As a Hope student, you create relationships. In our culture of community, achievement, and growth, everyone belongs. Hope students have access to the tools and resources needed to believe in themselves and their future. Hope students are surrounded by people who believe in them. Become. Hope supports students as they find their path after graduation. Students are prepared with the experiences, knowledge, and confidence to become the person they strive to be. The Hope vision drives the student culture. Next slide, please. And it drives the staff culture. Next slide, please. You've heard me say this before, but community is the heart of Hope. Community-based learning centers are safe, supportive environments, and they accommodate the diverse needs of neighborhood students. They provide a family feel. Normally, students attend learning centers every day. This year, our students had the opportunity to select 100% remote learning or attendance at a community-based learning center for additional face-to-face support. In 2021, Hope serves about 1,100 students in grades 6 through 12. 78% of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch, 49% are English language learners, 11% are homeless, and 11% receive special education support. 81% of Hope students are Hispanic, 15% are white, and 3% are Black. Hope supports Colorado's most underserved students as an alternative education campus. Over 90% of the Hope High School students and over 70% of the Hope Middle School students are identified as high risk. We're proud to have 14 community partners located in 10 Colorado school districts. Next slide. So what's the difference between Hope 1.0 and Hope 2.0? Hope 2.0 is a community-driven, enhanced blended learning model that allows Hope to easily pivot between in-person, hybrid, and fully remote. Virtual instruction is led by licensed educators who are certified in the appropriate content areas. Concept coaches, who are also licensed teachers, are available 7 days a week for on-demand tutoring. Site coordinators and mentors provide in-person interventions. This new model has allowed us to offer expanded electives, including CTE options. We have 6 students enrolled in 10 AP courses. All Hope students participate in critical thinking and SEL, and we have increased support for diverse learners with individual learning plans for SPED, CLD, GT, and literacy. Next slide, please. Hope 2.0 ensures that Hope's limited resources are focused on meeting the needs of all students. Next slide, please. Our budget model supports our community-centered sites to provide an educational environment that is focused on academic success for all students. Next slide. At Hope, all students are welcome. Our blended learning model is designed to provide equitable and engaging education opportunities with extensive support structures for students and their families. We embrace diversity. We leverage community to develop caring relationships, enabling our students to belong, believe, and become. And I don't know if this is going to work, because I think that Chris put in the chat. This is a video that we'd love you to take a look at when you have time, unless we can click it on. Since you didn't have the opportunity to hear directly from our students, we wanted the 1-minute video to be able to show you Hope. And so the last slide, which we can't see, but that's okay. We
got the video.
Great, thank you.
Hope Online Learning Academy Co-op is a unique tuition-free 6th through 12th grade school based in Colorado. Since 2005, we have been offering students hands-on experiential learning with the flexibility and adaptability of online instruction. We are a community at Hope, where all students can belong. Our welcoming learning centers are located in your neighborhood and are staffed by licensed teachers and community-based mentors. Competitive sports, the arts, and school social events are all part of the Hope experience. As a Hope student, you have access to the tools and resources you need to believe in yourself and your future. Our students gain hands-on learning experiences through field trips and community service projects where they can discover their strengths and think outside of the box. Everything we do at Hope is to help our students find their pathway to success and become the person they want to be. We invite you to be a part of Hope, where you belong, believe, and become. Call or visit our website today to learn more.
Thanks, Chris. So thank you, Douglas County. Our students are proud to graduate with a diploma from one of the finest school districts in Colorado. This time of year, we are reminded how fortunate we are. Hope Angels from Douglas County have been overflowing our office with holiday gifts for more than 250 Hope families. Douglas County citizens have donated more than $100,000 to Hope. Hope is honored to have been part of the Douglas County community since 2008. Thank you for your support as we pursue charter renewal through 2023 and beyond. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Mrs. O'Mara. And you know what? You get bonus points for staying within that 5-minute presentation. I know I always can count on you.
Time myself. So I hope I didn't talk too fast.
You went down to the 1-minute video. I loved it. That was great. All right, directors, what questions do we have for Mrs. O'Mara regarding Hope? Any questions? Go ahead, Director Meek.
Hi, Miss O'Mara. Thanks for being here tonight. So good to see you. I think last time I saw you was at the graduation, which is always so inspirational. I think you mentioned that students had an opportunity to choose either fully online or the center, but I didn't hear the percentage that chose either. If you could share that just out of curiosity, and then how impacted with quarantines have you been for those that did choose the in-person?
It's varied from center to center. So overall, we have about 40% of our students are 100% remote. And when I say 100% remote, most of those students are actually physically going to the center by appointment only for one-on-one support. Mm-hmm. And 60% are attending at the Learning Center. At this point, with what's happening with the red district, with our state being in red, about 75% of our students are actually working online right now. And then our expectation is that most students will return between January 5th and January 11th. From a quarantine perspective, I think we haven't had any outbreaks. We've had centers that have closed out of the abundance of caution, and similar to Douglas County, it's the adults that have gotten sick, not really the students.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Directors, any other questions for Ms. Zamara? All right. Once again, couldn't echo loudly enough what you just stated. It's really about your kids, truly, that makes this program just an incredible addition for our school district. So very proud of the work and proud of you. You have been so willing to accommodate and very gracious as we work through all the things that we worked through over the years together. So I'm very grateful to you and the Hope online staff that's on as well. We thank you as well for all your work. Even Mr. McGraw, I see he's on there too. We appreciate him as well. So thank you. We'll look forward again to our January meeting to formalize the approval of a renewal for 2 years for Hope Online. All right.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mrs. Khan.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Jennifer Burgess, who is the principal of Parker Performing Arts. Jennifer?
Hi, thanks, Mackenzie. Thank you, President Ray, directors, Superintendent Wise, cabinet members, everybody. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Jennifer Burgess. I am the principal at Parker Performing Arts School. I am the founding principal there. We are open now for our 5th year. So this is our first renewal. I'm joined tonight by our board president, Lauren Money, and a member of our finance team, Shannon Grant from G&G Consultants. And we're going to take a really unique approach to this presentation tonight because we're a really unique school. And when Mackenzie asked us to take 5 minutes to brag on our schools, I mean, I could go on and on forever about this place, but we took that to heart to really celebrate our school and to not reiterate all of the things that are already in your packets. And as luck would have it, I am the last presenter on what I thought to be a really tough night. And so I'm actually very thankful to be the last presenter on this hard night. Because I think we all need a little bit of levity, and I think we all need to smile a little bit. And so what I would like to do is go ahead and hit play on our video, and it'll last the rest of my presentation time.
We gather today to celebrate not just the groundbreaking of a new building, but the beginning of our story as a community of learners and performers, leaders and innovators, problem solvers and thinkers. Today we celebrate the tangible start to our school community. 3 years ago, a small group of parents dreamed of a school where students could have the best of both worlds, academics and the performing arts. And today their dreams become a reality. This is where the founder's vision and mission will play out every day in the lives of our students. Our future is now. Welcome to the show.
that will help me grow as a person.
I want to go to a school that will let me grow as a performer.
I want to go to a school that will challenge me as a student. I want to go to a school that values what I value. I want to go to Parker Performing Arts.
Parker Performing Arts School will prepare students for future success through rigorous and innovative academic instruction and meaningful engagement in the performing arts. PPA will equip students with the creative and critical thinking skills that are vital for success in the innovative environment of the future. With safety as our key priority, our students will engage in daily performing arts training from passionate and experienced artists, and will have regular performance and recital opportunities. Our students will excel academically through a data-driven, blended learning environment that includes teacher-led and technology-infused instruction.
I love PPA.
I love PPA.
I love PPA. I love PPA. We love PPA.
Parker Performing Arts, the art of education.
Did I make it under the 5-minute mark?
You did great.
All right, are there questions?
You bet, you bet. All right, directors, any questions for Mrs. Burgess? Go ahead, Director Holtzman.
So I'm going to take I don't have a question, but I have a comment. Thank you for ending our night on a positive note. And I can't wait until we can attend more performances. And COVID is behind us. So thank you so much.
Us too. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Mrs. Burgess? And I would agree with Director Holtzman. When we can start with kids and end with kids, we can consider it a stellar evening after all. So we do appreciate that you have brought it back to where the focus needs to be. So thank you, Mrs. Burgess, and congrats to your 5-year anniversary and for being the opening principal. I've had the pleasure of visiting your school a couple of years ago, and it is a delight to walk the halls and see the things that the kids and the staff are doing. So very much enjoy having your schools part of our repertoire of schools in our district. So we will look forward then again to continuing this process into January. I will then push this back to Mrs. Khan for any closing remarks.
Thank you, Director Ray. I just want to thank you all again for just listening to this information. I know these principals have worked really hard on this process, and even the work that we've put into making sure that you have the information that we believe shows and demonstrates school success in those kind of big bucket areas, as we call them, of academics, operations, and finance. As always, if you have any follow-up, please let us know and we'll get that information to you. Other than that, that wraps up our presentation for tonight.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Khan. And for all our charter partners, thank you for coming out and presenting for us. And with that, we will close that agenda item. And directors, we're to the end of our meeting. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock is an agenda planning for our January meeting, if you can believe that. So meanwhile, I will just say to all of us, happy holidays. And with that, unless there's any burning remarks that need to be made, I will take a motion for us to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Graziano, seconded by Director Long. All those in favor, unmute and say aye.
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 All right. See you, everybody.
And happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah, happy holidays, happy everything. Have a good evening. And thank you again, Chris and Mark and Mike and Nate and all the IT folks for keeping us going tonight. We're grateful, as always.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.